Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine. We'll begin with presenting and reading of petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sexual Assault Awareness Month began 2 days ago with a strong commitment to do more to prevent sexual assault and sexual violence in Nova Scotia. And while April is appropriately recognized as Awareness Month, our efforts are needed 365 days a year. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that victims and survivors have greater access to appropriate services that will help them in their healing process. They deserve our compassion, our belief, and our resolve to support them. Survivors, advocates, service providers, frontline workers, law enforcement, and government are coming together to raise awareness about sexual assault and sexual violence in our communities. Mr. Speaker, sexual assault is an affront to human dignity, no matter where or when it occurs. While sexual assault can happen to anyone, regardless of their sex, age, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or where they live, we do know that those at greatest risk are women and girls. Mr. Speaker, today I am pleased to reaffirm our government's commitment to improving supports and services to victims, families, and communities. One of the earliest announcements made by this government was our intention to develop the first sexual violence strategy for Nova Scotia. My vision includes working across the provincial government with our partners, stakeholders, and advocates to create an action-oriented approach that supports the resiliency and courage of those impacted. As we work to support the resiliency of victims of sexual assault, we also need to support the efforts of those who do their part to address these crimes and to work to prevent future occurrences. Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend and thank the many community service providers, advocates, frontline workers, and law enforcement for your essential and critical efforts. In closing, I want to urge all Nova Scotians to support survivors of sexual assault, to work together to prevent these crimes in their communities, and to attend the many events that will take place throughout the province. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge every Nova Scotian to help raise awareness about sexualized violence and sexual assault, and to not be a bystander. When sexual assault does take place, it cannot be tolerated. Victims must have access to support, and offenders must be held to account for their actions. All Nova Scotians must play a role in changing a culture that enables sexual assault and sexual violence. Each of us can and must take action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for providing a copy of her statement to me in advance. April is set aside to raise awareness about sexual assault and sexual violence. I agree with the Minister that this is an issue that needs to be addressed 365 days a year. I am pleased to hear the Minister commit to improving supports and services to victims of sexual assault, their families, and their communities. As a caring society, we must provide the support the courageous victims of sexual violence need to help them heal. We must also ensure that offenders are made to account for their criminal actions. This morning, I am pleased to have the opportunity to salute the many people across our province whose life's work is to provide the programs and supports to help victims. The activists, the advocates, the educators, the health advisors, law enforcement, and justice workers. Their jobs are not easy ones by any means, but it is an important job and an essential job. We all owe them a debt of gratitude, not just during Sexual Assault Awareness Month, but every day of the year. We know that sexual abuse and sexualized violence in our communities is far more common than people think. According to a 2006 Statistics Canada report, 1 in 3 women will experience some form of sexual assault in their lifetime. Statistics provided by the Avalon Sexual Assault Centre indicate that in 2007, the rate of reported sexual assaults in Nova Scotia was 75 per 100,000 people, compared to the national rate of 65 per 100,000 people. As I said, we must provide those victims with the help they need. But we must also take action to prevent sexual violence in the first place. We must curb violence before it begins. We need to take the blinders off. As caring citizens, we need to create a better environment to ensure victims of sexual assault and sexual violence feel they will be believed when they tell their stories. That starts with meaningful education and awareness. We must send the message that sexual violence is always wrong and not tolerated in our province. Government and all Nova Scotians must double their efforts to change our culture, reduce the sad and alarming statistics of sexual violence in our province, and support the brave victims who come forward. I urge government to act quickly and decisively to make meaningful progress toward preventing and addressing sexual assault and sexual violence in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for a copy of her ministerial statement in advance this evening. Encouraging awareness about sexual violence is a very important initiative, and it's an issue I take very seriously. Every year I attend events in my community that are held at the Cape Breton University for Sexual Assault Awareness Week. I applaud the work of organizations around the province that support victims of violence and sexual assault. In Cape Breton, we were very lucky to have the Cape Breton Transition House, the Every Women's Centre, and the Silent Witness Program, with silhouettes are there to honor women in Cape Breton Region Municipality who have been killed in incidents of domestic violence since 1990. Also in Cape Breton, I'm very proud that we're home to the first domestic violence court in Canada. The court officially opened in June 2012 at the Sydney Justice Centre. This was an initiative of the NDP government, which I'm very proud to have been a part of. I know that across the province, so many survivors, advocates, service providers, frontline workers, and law enforcement have been working to raise awareness about sexual assault and sexual violence in our communities. I commend their efforts, and I'm pleased that the government is prepared to work with them to develop a strategy addressing sexual violence. I agree with the Minister that we need to ensure victims and survivors of sexual violence have greater access to services that can help them to overcome their traumas. These victims absolutely deserve our compassion, our focus, and most importantly, support from all Nova Scotians, including government. I'm anxious to see what tomorrow's budget will offer in this respect, and I look forward to continuing to be an advocate for victims of violence and sexual assault as the critic for community services, as the MLA for Sydney Whitney Pera. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now move on to government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotians mark International Adult Learners Week from March 29th to April 6th, celebrating the achievements of adult learners and the organizations that support them. And whereas learning is the foundation for growth in all aspects of our lives, and Adult Learners Week raises awareness of the value of lifelong learning and the supports and services available to Nova Scotians who wish to enhance their knowledge and skills. And whereas lifelong learning has a significant impact on individuals, their families and communities by helping better prepare the province's workforce to seize the economic opportunities of today and tomorrow. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House celebrate the week of March 29th to April 6, 2014 as International Adult Learners Week in the province of Nova Scotia, and urge all citizens to observe this week and to be more fully aware of the importance of a lifetime full of learning in all aspects of their lives. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. Notices of motion. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas each Sunday morning, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 83 hosts a large fundraising breakfast to support Legion activities, and the proceeds from the March 30th meal was donated to the Florence Volunteer Fire Department. And whereas Legion President Lloyd Harris stated this is just one service group trying to help another for recognition of their service in the community. And whereas the fire department helped serve and do other breakfast-related activities, and the Legion members did the cooking. Therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in saluting Branch 83 for its community-minded spirit and generosity. And Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There's been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. Barring no other notices, we'll move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. Time is now 12:16, and we'll conclude question period at 1:16 a.m. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, we now know that as of this moment, 293 surgeries have been cancelled at Capital Health. The strike hasn't even started yet, although we are hours away, and that is how much patient care has already been compromised, proving the point that even the threat of a strike affects patients' care. That, Mr. Speaker, is why you don't wait to act. I will ask the Premier, will he now admit to those 293 families that patient care has, in fact, been compromised already under his watch.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition makes the very case for why this bill should be passed, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage both opposition parties to pass the bill.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the 293 families make the case that waiting 7 months to take action does not protect patient care, that doing nothing with all the warnings that this government has had and all the deadlines that they've missed has actually affected 293 surgeries, Mr. Speaker. Whether they were essential or not under the Premier's bill is not the point. In fact, they probably aren't, but they are essential to those 293 families. That's why we should not have allowed a strike to get this far or a crisis to develop, as has happened so many times before in this province's history. Mr. Speaker, the Premier had 7 months to get his act together, and only now, on the eve of a strike, when families, these 293 in particular, are already losing their health care, that is the problem, Mr. Speaker. So I'll ask the Premier, how can he tell those 293 families that their care has been protected under his watch?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell those 293 families, finally, Mr. Speaker, our government is standing up to ensure that essential health care services will be in place in the way Mr. I'll also tell workers in this province that, unlike the Leader of the Conservative Party, this party believes in collective bargaining and the right to strike. We will do so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, the one thing that we are consistent on this side of the House is that patients have to come first, that they have to be protected before a strike so that there isn't a strike and for all time. The Premier has failed in these 293 cases. His bill won't solve their problem in the future. It may not be essential to the union or to the government, but their surgeries are essential to them, and that's why there shouldn't be a strike, and that's why the government should have acted months ago, as the Premier once said, Mr. Speaker, that we should not be legislating on the eve of a crisis. He's gone back on what he said and done just that, and 293 families are now paying the price, Mr. Speaker. So I'll ask the Premier, on behalf of those families, why did he wait until another crisis developed and 293 surgeries are cancelled to finally act?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, one of the great ironies of the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, if we had acted, Mr. Speaker, before we allowed the collective bargaining process to proceed, he would have complained about the fact that we interfered in the collective bargaining process. Mr. Speaker, which I think if you check answered, he already complained about that, Mr. Speaker. Fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, on Monday there was a 48-hour strike notice put in place. Our government responded, Mr. Speaker, not only to deal with the issue of labour disruption in the healthcare system today, but, Mr. Speaker, for all time, we put in place a bill that will affect and put out essential service legislation that will ensure health care is there for Nova Scotians, at the same time respecting the right, Mr. Speaker, of health care workers to strike if they wish.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Premier. Last evening, Mr. Speaker, I sent the Premier a letter requesting that his Minister of Labour appoint an industrial inquiry commission. The commission would examine the dispute between the Capital District Health Authority and the Nova Scotia Government and General Employees Union regarding nursing staffing levels and patient safety. And I will table a copy of the letter, Mr. Speaker. As part of the request, the NDP are asking all sides to immediately accept a 90-day cooling-off period, during which time the government would suspend passage of Bill 37, and the Nova Scotia Government General Workers Union and the Capital District Health Authority would agree to no strike or no lockout. But the Premier has declined the offer, Mr. Speaker. Instead of agreeing to a solution that would protect both the collective bargaining process and patient safety, the Premier has put both in danger. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier is this. Why did he refuse to advise his Labour Minister to appoint an industrial inquiry commission into patient safety and nurse staffing levels in the capital DHA.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the member opposite to pass Bill 37, Mr. Speaker, which protects essential service legislation as well as the right to bargain, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the member opposite that the Minister of Health is already dealing with health authorities across this province to deal with the critical issue of staffing, not only in the Capital District but across the province, something that government failed to do for 4 years.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a three-person commission would be chaired by a neutral labour relations expert, along with a representative of the employer and of the union. Research and expert opinion during a cooling-off period would bring light into an issue currently where there's not a great deal of light, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier reconsider and agree to an industrial inquiry commission on patient safety and staffing levels, and if not, perhaps the Premier can offer a more constructive solution than that of stripping healthcare workers of a fair collective bargaining process?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill 37 has struck a balance, Mr. Speaker, to ensuring that essential health care services be available to Nova Scotians. They'll know well in advance, Mr. Speaker, of any labour issues that may come up in the health care sector, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, it protects the right to strike for health care workers, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't all that long ago, Mr. Speaker, when every major union leader in this province marched across into the Red Room, Mr. Speaker, and supported a bill by that government, by the NDP party, to strip the right to strike from paramedics, Mr. Speaker, to strip the right to strike for paramedics, Mr. Speaker. We've struck a balance, Mr. Speaker, which is ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that health essential services be in place, Mr. Speaker, and ensuring that health care workers are protected to use the right to strike, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Well, it's very sad, Mr. Speaker, that the Premier is not interested in a common-sense solution that would bring some sanity to a situation that is now spinning toward a situation that none of us want, Mr. Speaker. A 90-day cooling-off period before a legal strike would also allow the Liberal cabinet members and the members of the Liberal government more generally to hear from healthcare workers about the adverse effects of essential services legislation, if they haven't already heard about this. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Premier again reconsider and allow his MLAs more time to study the negative effects this type of legislation will have on labour peace in this province because of the negative effects this type of legislation has had in other provinces? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that every province other than Nova Scotia has a form of essential service, Mr. Speaker, in their individual provinces. If the Leader of the Democratic Party...
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Democratic Party really wants to do something for patients in this province, I would encourage her to stop filibustering this bill and pass it tonight.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we learned from the Minister of Health that there is a mental health unit here at Capital Health with 5 patients, Mr. Speaker, that will go unstaffed when the strike happens. Unstaffed despite the fact that there is an existing essential services plan in place. Mr. Speaker, these are vulnerable Nova Scotians in need of constant help that will be left alone when the strike starts, Mr. Speaker, even with essential services plans in place already. But I ask the Premier, how can he say to those 5 Nova Scotians that their health care is protected?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the Leader of the Official Opposition that there is no essential service plan in place, Mr. Speaker. What we have, Mr. Speaker, is an emergency service plan, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, which has no parameters around it, Mr. Speaker. No one has to provide service, Mr. Speaker. That's the very issue we're dealing with here in this House, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Premier should read his own bill because that's exactly the kind of plan that his bill will require. And yet it today leaves these 5 mental health patients at risk of being without care. Mr. Speaker, it's why you don't wait until there's a crisis to act, Mr. Speaker. There was a time in opposition where the Premier said that this is the worst time to be making up bills as you go along because it should be done when there's Labour peace. And he had 7 months to do that, and he didn't act. And now they bring in a bill risking that it won't be passed and leaving in time to protect people like these 5 individuals, these 5 Nova Scotians that are in need of mental health services, Mr. Speaker. So I'll ask the Premier, why did he wait and put their health care at risk?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the Leader of the Democratic Party just said to this House that our bill, the Leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, just said that our bill would solve that problem. It's the very reason why we encourage the opposition party to pass it now.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I actually said their bill would not solve that problem. That is, in fact, the point. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are hours away. We are hours away, Mr. Speaker. That's right, it's actually not funny, Mr. Speaker, that a couple of hours from now, real Nova Scotians at mental health units waiting for surgery, they're going to go without health care, Mr. Speaker, because once again, like so many times in the history of this province, a government waited until there was a crisis to actually act, Mr. Speaker, and that is wrong. The Premier once agreed with that statement and said it's the worst time to be bringing in a bill, that it would be much better to put in place a plan for all time when there's Labour peace, when neither nurses or any other healthcare worker would feel that they are targeted. But instead, Mr. Speaker, it's the same old way, that they wait till there's a crisis and then they bring in a bill. In fact, Mr. Speaker, by doing all we can, including giving up our own day-to-day to the government to try and move this bill through, I actually think we're trying to clean up a crisis that the government itself contributed to by doing nothing until it was too late, Mr. Speaker. But here we are. And now we have people in hospital beds, in Capital Health, being sent to their home district, being sent home, being released from the hospital because no one is going to be there to care for them. So I'll ask the Premier this question, Mr. Speaker. How is sending people out of the hospital and back home protecting their care?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the last time the Conservative Party was in power, Mr. Speaker, they did nothing, quite frankly, to protect the essential services to people of this province. Mr. Speaker, for the last 4 years, Nova Scotians have felt neglected by the NDP, Mr. Speaker. We have a bill in front of this House which will protect essential services, Mr. Speaker, and allow healthcare workers to keep the right to strike.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you will be to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House appreciate the great sacrifices that have been made by our veterans, sacrifices that allow us the many freedoms that we enjoy today. Those brave men and women gave all so that we could have 100% freedom, not 75% freedom, not 50% freedom. So my question to the Minister is he satisfied that starting in 6 hours, veteran services will not be staffed at 100%? How can he justify that our veterans will not be receiving 100% of the services that they need and richly deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. This was a question asked earlier in the week in terms of what emergency services would actually be covered in the event of a wildcat strike or a legal strike, which can start tomorrow at 7 a.m. And we were told that we were informed that veterans and their needs, in fact, would be looked after.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, on his first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most Nova Scotians will be saddened and shocked to learn that veterans will suffer during the impending nurses' strike. The information that we have is that the services will not be 100% staffed. In February, the MLA for Fairview Clayton Park, who was critical of other parties' support for our veterans, said, and I quote, "Doing nothing is not an option." And Mr. Speaker, I will table that quote. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the minister is, will the minister detail for the hosts the actions that members of his Liberal caucus have taken to ensure that our veterans get 100% of the health services that they deserve? Have they followed their own advice that doing nothing is not an option?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. It is our understanding that there will be provision to look after the needs of our veterans at Camp Hill, in fact, who could be impacted. And we've been assured, in fact, that the necessary contingencies are in place. And if that is not the case due to call-ins or people who don't show up for work, then that is certainly contrary to what we have been informed of at this stage.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg on his final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I consider all the freedoms we enjoy, and I am 100% grateful for every one of them. Mr. Speaker, I know that all Nova Scotians feel the same way. Will the minister please tell the House what contingencies have been made available to our veterans once this strike begins?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite is actually, is in fact raising a very, very good point here in the legislature that we know that this would be one of the requirements that under essential service legislation there would not be any concern or worry that our veterans wouldn't get the full services that they require, and that is our understanding that tomorrow, when there is a legal strike, that our veterans are looked after, and I can let the member opposite know that will be one of my calls tomorrow to make sure that our veterans indeed are being looked after at Camp Hill. And you know, as we linger into the wee hours of the morning here, I'd be willing also to join the member opposite and head to Ottawa and get some real concern for our veterans.
Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, on the eve of potential strike in 33 hospitals across the province, back in 2010, the Chronicle Herald published an article, which I'll table, Mr. Speaker, in which it says that none of the party leaders at the time thought that laws restricting strikes in the healthcare sector were necessary. And let me read what the article says was said by the Premier. Liberal leader Stephen McNeil said Nova Scotia effectively has...
Please make your reference to the Premier as the Premier. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do know this. The member for Annapolis in the article is quoted as having said that Nova Scotia effectively has essential services legislation already, because collective agreements require emergency services staffing plans. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier is this: why is he suddenly determined to impose on nurses legislation he said just a few short years ago was not needed?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the leader of the New Democratic Party would know, in the last 7 months, we've had potential labour disruptions in the healthcare system, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the provision that you're referring to, Mr. Speaker, has not always been implemented. And she would know full well, Mr. Speaker, that when negotiations between an employer and the union begin to break down, they do not end up always agreeing on what is an emergency service. She would know that so well, Mr. Speaker. She took away the right to strike from paramedics because she wasn't sure they were going to provide emergency service, Mr. Speaker. The very fact, Mr. Speaker, she's making the very case on why this should be put in legislation to ensure we never face this again.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
It ceases to amaze me, Mr. Speaker, how the member for Annapolis can take a set of facts and twist them so that they are completely unrelated to what really happened. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians will find this out soon enough, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, in this House, the current Premier set off the Conservative Essential Services legislation, and I quote, "I believe government wants to hold this over the heads of nurses who are in negotiations right now. Is that the kind of Nova Scotia we want?" he asked. "Is that the new Nova Scotia?" he asked. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier is this: is the new Nova Scotia one where the government can hold essential services over the heads of nurses?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the new Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, that Nova Scotians voted for on October 8th was a government, Mr. Speaker, that respected the right to strike from all Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, unlike the New Democratic Party, Mr. Speaker, that stripped that right from paramedics, Mr. Speaker. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is putting in place essential service legislation that would ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we protect services for patients. The New Democratic Party has a decision to make. They're either going to support patients or they're going to support their union bosses.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier had even more to say about essential services legislation in 2007. Once again in this House, he said, and I quote, "It's been proven from one end of this country to the other, this legislation will not work." Those are his words, Mr. Speaker, not mine. So my question for the Premier is this: why does he now want to impose bad legislation on thousands of Nova Scotians he himself has said will not work?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member has been here longer than I have, but she seems to be forgetting a key fact to that piece of legislation she's referring to. It actually stripped the right to strike away from healthcare workers. I would encourage her to look at the bill that's in front of this House today, which actually puts in place an essential service plan to provide healthcare services to Nova Scotians well in advance of a strike, and it also protects, Mr. Speaker, healthcare workers' right to strike. That party is going to have to determine whether or not they're going to support the patients or their union bosses.
I just want to remind all members on both sides of the House that if you have something to say, get yourself on the paper with your House leaders and take your turn. The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I assure you I'm on my list. My question through you is to the Minister of Justice. Capitol Health is warning that there is no emergency staffing level agreement. Done, Frankie? Yeah, done. All right. You're not on my list. All right. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Capitol Health is warning that there are no emergency staffing level agreement and that the current staffing plans create an unsafe environment for patients and staff. And I'll table that document. There are approximately 11 nurses at the East Coast Forensic Hospital and during normal staffing levels. And there's another one, if you want to table that one as well. So my question, can the Minister of Justice update the House on what the staff levels could look like later today in the event of a strike?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. I have been in contact with the East Coast Forensic Hospital, and I've been informed from the leader of the Forensic Services and Offender Health. He's confirmed that we have an upgrade in staffing of 1 extra RN at night, and security will not be affected by the strike. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much. According to the staffing level document on April 2nd, 2014, the staffing level for Rehab A could drop to 1. So I guess what you're saying here is maybe 1 plus 1. I know you'll probably have an opportunity next to update that. According to the same staffing level document, staffing level for Rehab B could also drop to 1. In these 2 rehabilitation units, there are 30 beds each, Mr. Speaker. So that would mean 2 or 3 nurses for the 30-bed unit. So my question to the Minister of Justice, do you accept that these 2 rehabilitation units with patients referred there by the courts will maintain adequate oversight with only 1 or 2 nurses on that site?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very important question. Again, I will repeat that the leader of the Forensic Services and Offender Health has assured us that security will not be affected by the strike. And in terms of the exact numbers, I will have to either get those to you or request that you refer the question to my colleague, the Minister of Health and Fitness. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington on his final supplementary.
Well, how about this, Mr. Speaker, that I think maybe they could talk to each other closely.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington on his final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do hope that she has the opportunity to update herself with the Minister that's just sitting a few seats down from her. The East Coast Forensic Hospital also has a 24-bed mentally ill offender unit where court-ordered assessments are performed and treatment is provided to offenders diagnosed with mental illness. According to the staffing level document, the staffing level could drop to 0 in the offender health services. Does the Minister accept that the mentally ill patients who were court-ordered to undergo assessments will receive adequate oversight with 0 nurses on strike?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I won't refer this one. No, these are patients, and these are our most vulnerable. And yes, we do have to protect them. And again, as I said earlier, security will not be affected by the strike, as we've been assured by the leader of the Forensic Services and Offender Health just a few hours ago. And any more information, I'd be happy to gather that information and share it with the member opposite later. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm on the list, so I'm glad to be able to stand and ask a question through you to the Minister of Health. Yesterday, the Minister of Health admitted for the first time that there is a staffing problem in healthcare in the capital region that affects patient safety, and he says, Mr. Speaker, that he will deal with it. So my question to the Minister of Health, when will he tell Capital Health to address the patient safety, and will he direct Capital Health Administration to leave their offices, tour the floors, and see for themselves exactly what is going on within the healthcare sector in Capital Health?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, and to the member from Sackville. I do want to assure him and all members of the House that in fact the Capital District is the one remaining on my list to do not just really a tour, but a great deal of discussion and also to review what is taking place in many of the units and floors of the QE2, Dixon Centre, other facilities in Capital Health. And we certainly want to get a full sense of what the staffing issues are. We got some glimpses and insights yesterday, as well as leading up to the Wildcat strike. These will be investigated, reviewed, and addressed in the coming weeks.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I've asked or advised or asked the minister yesterday that he was able to get a full sense by the many presenters that were witnesses at law amendments, and I hope that he takes the time to talk to his colleagues who sat in law amendments. I know the Minister of Natural Resources, the Minister of Transportation, spent some time there early yesterday morning. I hope he takes that opportunity to hear from them about what they heard, what the sense was around staffing levels within Capital Health. Last night, Mr. Speaker, we suggested a solution to the current labour dispute, and that's what we are offering to the government. The Liberals would have saved face by withdrawing legislation that harms collective bargaining. No matter what the Premier says, it does harm collective bargaining, the collective bargaining process. And there would have been a 90-day cooling off period with no work stoppages, and a commission would review nurse staffing levels and patient safety, something the minister has just said he wants to look into, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Health what was his response to the letter sent to him, and could he update us on what he advised either his staff or the Premier on what his response was to our offer for the commission?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is unfortunate that we've arrived at this point in a labour dispute where healthcare services are not at the 100% level that Nova Scotians have come to expect and certainly deserve, as we all work and want to see the highest quality of health care delivered daily throughout our province. And what today's legislation, Bill 37, it prepares a path for the future. I'm sure there will be other occasions when there will be labour disputes and negotiations will be challenging. But from this point forward, Nova Scotians will know exactly what services will be in place.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you and through you to the Minister of Health, the path forward is not going to be that good for the government. And during any collective bargaining, and I don't know what kind of experience the Minister of Health has had with it, no matter what decision you make, you can't back yourself into a corner. You have to be able to look at where you can go out. So what we've done is offered a way for this government to have a cooling off period, Mr. Speaker. We know the tensions are high on all sides, and it would have been a way for them to find out if this is a direction that the government truly wants to go. Is this the path forward for them over the next 4 years? The Minister of Labour could immediately appoint an Industrial Inquiry Commission under Section 73 of the Trade Union Act, Mr. Speaker. So I ask again to the Minister of Health, will the Minister of Health urge his colleagues to do so, to save both workers' rights and, most importantly, Mr. Speaker, address patient safety?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I may not have all the nuances of collective bargaining. I have been a union rep and have the greatest respect for the negotiating process. There are times when we do reach an impasse, and when that happens in health, we should not jeopardize not knowing what tomorrow will bring. And one of the requests that's in the letter is to drop Bill 37 and that would not be being a responsible government to the citizens of this province.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is for the Minister of Health. Yesterday, the Minister said that there would be patients sent out of Capital Health for service. In the New Glasgow News, Dr. Nicole Boutler, Vice President of Medical Affairs for the Pictou County Health Authority, said the Pictou County Health Authority plans to retrieve as many of its patients as possible from Capital Health to lessen the burden on the staff and services in the Halifax area. And I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Boutler said we are going to have to make do with what we have, she said, which is going to back us up in the emergency department. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to visit the emergency department perhaps about 20 times over the last 2.5 weeks, and they can do without this strain. My question to the Minister, what preventive measures has the Liberal government taken to prevent emergency room backups?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the member from Pictou. We know that as we get into tomorrow, based on what we have seen in the last couple of days, that in fact many of our hospitals across the province will be challenged. However, they have all agreed to be supportive, to make sure that they cooperate with Capital Health and get as many patients looked after as they can with their resources. And having met Dr. Boutler and many of her clinicians at Aberdeen, I know that they will certainly be doing all they can to support patients first.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Capital Health Authority plays a major role in the health care of the whole province, and some procedures are only done in Halifax. The trickle-down effect can already be seen. In order to free up as many beds and staff as possible, the Pictou County Health Authority has cancelled all inpatient elective surgery, 11 to date. During the strike and botched labour negotiations, the one clear loser is the patient. Will the Minister accept responsibility for the province-wide chaos he and his government has created?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. It is unfortunate that we have arrived at this impasse, and the possibility of a legal strike action will take us into tomorrow. But you know, there's always a point in time, both through negotiations and through the legislative process, to make a choice that does work in favor of patients, not just here in Capital, but all those that are impacted when services are disrupted. I think we have taken a very balanced approach to the future, and we hope that we can get the cooperation of the House to move Bill 37 through and end this disruption and uncertainty for patients across the province.
The honourable member from Pictou Centre on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cancellations and emergency room backups don't stop in New Glasgow. Several other hospitals are also facing similar struggles. Cape Breton is experiencing more strain on the system when patients are recalled, emergency rooms are backed up, and certain procedures and surgeries are cancelled. These patients require varying levels of care, and the authorities do not have the ability to hire more nurses or add new beds, so they must use the resources that are available. My question to the Minister, how much more of this government mismanagement will Nova Scotia patients have to endure?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member from Pictou Centre and all members of the House. Yesterday was a very, very challenging day here in the province, and not just with the wildcat strike and the interruption of services. We had Cape Breton Regional go on emergency power. We had Canso shut down and will in fact not have power restored for perhaps a couple of days more. We had an MRI machine in Cape Breton go out of service. But I can assure the member opposite, all of us here, and the people of Nova Scotia, that was one of the days yesterday when I saw the strength of the Department of Health and Wellness and the duty officers man the emergency centre and carry things on almost as normal as any day in our province.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question to you is to the Minister of Immigration. At law amendments, we heard from Jessica Lemesurier. When she left her nursing job in Ontario to come to Nova Scotia, she told her partner she couldn't work in a province that didn't respect her job. When she left Ontario, she told her parents that she couldn't imagine things getting worse. Well, Mr. Speaker, things have gotten worse, a whole lot worse for our healthcare workers in this province. My question to the Minister of Immigration: how would the outward migration of nurses to other provinces affect Nova Scotia's immigration strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member from Sydney Whitney Pier. As he knows, I love Sydney, and there are many immigrants who live in Sydney Whitney Pier. This particular legislation, as the member has heard us talking about it for the last few days, is throughout Canada, and we are the only province in Nova Scotia that does not have it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier on his first supplementary.
When Jessica testified before law amendments, she told the committee younger nurses she's spoken to will now consider finding work in other provinces due to both working conditions and the Liberal Essential Service legislation. So my second question is to the Minister, is if the Minister of Immigration looking at nurses at skilled worker targets in the immigration strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I, in fact, was present when the individual spoke yesterday, and I also heard her say that she was in various other provinces as well. And we have many nurses in this province, and I'm very confident in the levels that we do have. And immigration is one that we wish to attract, well, through labor and advanced education. Our priority is to bring all our youth back that have left Nova Scotia, whether it's nurses or everyone else. And through immigration, we do intend to concentrate on the skilled workers. Yes, thank you very much.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At law amendments, we heard from many healthcare professionals who wanted to know why the Liberal government seems to want to drive them into quitting their profession or taking their training and expertise elsewhere. And members from both my caucuses and the Progressive Conservatives caucus asked many questions to try to gain a full appreciation for what the nurses have been going through. So my question to the Minister of Immigration, given the importance of immigration to Nova Scotia, why did the Minister not ask one single question at law amendments to nurses thinking of immigrating to other provinces?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Chair can't ask questions. That's all right. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I would love to have a discussion with the member opposite at any point he wishes with respect to the duties of a chair, whether it's law amendments or any other day. And in fact, I can assure the member opposite and everyone in the legislature that I've been chairing meetings for about 3 decades and very much I understand what it takes. And I also do recall at the law amendments that I was able to attend. Yes, thank you very much, and did
Order,
in
please.
fact ask.
I'd just like to remind the minister to direct her comments through the chair and not across the floor. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My apologies to that. I couldn't help but look at the member opposite there.
Get over yourself, Gordy.
Anyway, I think my point's been made. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you will be to the Minister of Natural Resources. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Minister announced the April 3rd closure of the forest roads on Western Crown land formerly owned by Bowater. Mr. Speaker, these road closures come just 2 days after the government hit the 6-month countdown clock for fibre access. So my question to the Minister is, why did he put up yet another roadblock for our forestry industry? And will he stop the 6-month countdown clock while the roads are closed?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification in this House, the reason why there are some roads that are closed that are access points to our woodlands is because of safety reasons. As the Minister of Transportation would know, there's a spring. The spring thaw creates a lot of challenging conditions, especially on our dirt roads, and the equipment required to go into those woodlands to take the fibre out wouldn't be possible. So that's why those roads are closed, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Myra, Lewisburg on his first supplementary.
That was a great explanation, Mr. Speaker, on why the roads are closed. The question was whether or not the countdown will stop on the clock. Will the 6 months be there for the forestry? The forestry industry adds about $579 million to our provincial economy, and the members on this side of the House believe that our traditional industries must be protected. The Ivany report states that in future, as in the past, the traditional rural industries, tourism, manufacturing, mining, fisheries, forestry, and agriculture will provide the essential foundations for Nova Scotia's rural economies. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is, does he think that locking the gates to a Crown land access is providing a good foundation for Nova Scotia's rural economy, and will he stop the clock until those roads are open?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to explain to the member, not every access road is closed for woodcutters to go in and cut fibre and take it out. The roads that are closed because of safety issues, and the equipment that is required to go in there wouldn't be able to pass the roads anyway, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite refers to a 6-month countdown. There is no 6-month countdown. I believe what he's referring to is the 6-month short-term allocations that were given out to woodcutters across the province. Mr. Speaker, there's not a countdown to the end of those 6 months that will prevent them from cutting wood. In fact, during this particular time right now, our department is negotiating long-term fibre allocations that will go beyond those 6 months.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Myra, Lewisburg on his final supplementary.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the forestry industry needs a real plan for the future and not short-term fixes. And all we've seen from this government, Mr. Speaker, is Band-Aids and gate closures. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister release the long-term plan for Nova Scotia's forestry industry?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, it's this government that is keeping our eye towards the future when it comes to this critical industry to rural Nova Scotia. That's why our government invested over $1 million into innovation to help move this industry forward on how to improve our harvesting methods, our processing methods, as this critical industry goes through a transformation phase. We're the government that also, Mr. Speaker, is tackling the issue around our fibre challenge for the long term, including private wood suppliers across this province, so that this industry is not only important to today's generation, but for future generations, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Transportation. A recent report indicated that there are 391 bridges in Nova Scotia that have serious damage. I think I get phone calls on 300 of them. The province's chief highway engineer says the condition of some of the bridges have really reached a critical point, and the suggestion is that some of the smaller bridges might have to be closed. Is there a list for bridges that might need to be closed in the near future?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. That report that was produced a few weeks ago, I think, was a very important one for Nova Scotians to get a sense of what the infrastructure deficit looks like for the government and obviously for the people of Nova Scotia. We've got over 4,300 bridges, Mr. Speaker, and as the member suggested, there is a level of critical concern for about 300 of those. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House, and again, the importance of the question is this. We don't take the lead as politicians, for sure. We rely on our department for things of this critical nature. Our engineers are top-notch, they're world-class, and they tell us what the issues are. They tell us what the timelines look like. They tell us what the repair requirements would be, and we take our lead thoroughly and first and foremost from them. And our chief engineer, Bruce Fitzner, does a great job with that. So I can tell the member that there is no list per se. What we are going to do, though, given the fact that this is now a public conversation, we can go out into the communities. If there are very low volume bridges on that list, which many of the 300 are, then we can start look at what maybe some of the alternatives is. But again, we're not going to force feed that on the communities. It'll be a community decision that we include all stakeholders, and if the decision is to move on a bridge, we will do that. But again, there is no list and no urgency to close bridges at this point. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bridges classified as in poor condition have pieces of concrete falling off. There are structural erosion because of sediment and so on. Those considered in serious shape had various forms of erosion and crumbling that affected primary structural components. Does the minister plan to follow the advice of the engineer to make these significant repairs that need to be made?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Again, thank you for the question. Absolutely, without question. You know, one of the things that we run into in some of the challenges is, and I guess with the perceptions on this particular issue, is that people see a bridge, Nova Scotians see the bridge, and it may look like it's in a state of disrepair, and it may be aesthetics, or it may be some of the structural concerns. But at the end of the day, again, and to the member's question directly, we would not put any Nova Scotian on a road that was deemed to be unsafe. We take the lead entirely from our engineers. When they tell us to take action, we do so. So anytime there's a critical point where we can't keep a bridge operating, we close it immediately. Short of that, we give any indication of slowing down or any challenges that might exist there, and we let the public know, and communication is part of that process as well. So without question, our engineers take the lead and we follow their advice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley on his final supplementary.
It's indicated that just half of the province's 4,310 bridges are more than 50 years old. And again, I think my constituency has about 4,000 of them, I think. But an engineer in the department has said that the budget's tight. There's no question about that, and I think a lot of people appreciate that. How many of those bridges listed as poor or worse will have to wait for repairs before the salt really takes its toll on the roads and bridges?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Speaker, and the member is absolutely correct. A lot of our inventory of bridges are post-Second World War era. Some of them are even at the turn of the century, the 20th century. So very old bridges. There's some that a lot that are in existence now were built for rail, so that there was no intention to ever have motor vehicles on those. And of course, we're using those, and they're an important part of our stock and inventory on our Nova Scotia roadways. Again, we take full lead from the department on this one. We do, of those 300, we have a very detailed breakdown of each and every bridge. Again, the engineers, it's typically an annual basis that they do their inspections, but any sign that there may be decay or issues, it's always better off we're better off to take a look as opposed to just take our chances. So the engineers are out there, and I know that the member has 98% of our bridges in the province by the sounds of things. So anytime the member has a specific question, he's more than welcome to bring it to us, and we'll check right away. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, prior to the election, the Premier told nurses, and I quote, "We need to change how we are delivering health care to protect frontline health care," and he added, "Let's make sure that the dollars are spent on frontline care." Yet today, Mr. Speaker, the Premier seems to be singing a much different tune. Now it appears the Premier believes the current level of frontline nursing care in Nova Scotia is more than adequate. In fact, just this week, he told nurses, and I quote, "What more do you want? How much above the national average does Nova Scotia have to become?" So my question for the Premier is this: what happened to the investment in frontline nursing care that was promised before the election? Where instead has your government decided to spend health care dollars?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think when tomorrow's budget is introduced, the member opposite will recognize that we have a major investment in health care, Mr. Speaker. She would also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that when we were going to this campaign, we ensured Nova Scotians that we would put patients first, Mr. Speaker. It's why the Minister of Health is going around this province to take from an administrative-focused healthcare system to one that is focused on patients, Mr. Speaker. And it's the very reason, Mr. Speaker, why we've introduced Bill 37, so that we can put a focus back on patients to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that essential services is in place. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we're protecting the right to strike for healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, I want to add, Mr. Speaker, unlike the New Democratic Party, we have not stripped the right to strike away from healthcare workers.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the few election promises the Liberals intend to keep is to amalgamate the district health authorities into a single super health board. And while the Premier and his Minister of Health are out trumpeting the benefits of this unproven plan, they're neglecting to tell Nova Scotians just how much that will cost. Mr. Speaker, in Alberta, the amalgamation of health authorities cost $100 million, and $46 million of that alone went for severance packages and pension payouts to the executives who lost their jobs. So my question for the Premier: how much money does his Liberal government have earmarked for pension payouts and severance packages, money that could be invested in frontline nursing care?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I want to encourage the Leader of the Democratic Party to pay attention to the budget tomorrow and recognize the investment that's made in will be made in healthcare, Mr. Speaker. As well, Mr. Speaker, I want to again remind the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, that there's a bill before this House that would protect patients in this province. It is unbelievable that the Leader of the Democratic Party is putting the interests of the Union Leader ahead of patients in this province, Mr. Speaker. It is time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess she got the word after the last one, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. That concludes the allotted time for oral questions to ministers. Point of order, the honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during question period, in a response by the Minister of Health regarding our concerns about the veterans of this province, the Minister made reference that he would be glad to go to Ottawa to bring forward the interests and the concerns of the veterans of this province. For the record, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Northside Westmount and myself have already been to Ottawa, but I would be glad to go with them to show him where the minister's office is so that he can really do something well, because doing nothing is not an option. Thank you.
Point taken. We'll move on to orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, just before that, on the point of order from the member from Sydney, Myra.
Order. Technically, it wasn't a point of order, so we're not going to entertain any responses to the point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
We'll save that one for another day, Mr. Speaker. But I assure you there will be another day on that one. Mr. Speaker, I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on bills.
Tabled and will now recess for, carried, and will now recess for 5 minutes while we get set up.
All right, the Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, would you please call Bill number 37, the Essential Health and Community Services Act?
I call Bill number 37, the Essential Health and Community Services Act. I recognize the Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 37 contains 31 clauses and was referred back from the Committee on Law Amendments without any amendments.
Okay. Shall Clause 1 carry? I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in my place this evening here in Committee of the Whole House to enter into the debate off the committee with respect to Bill 37, an act to ensure the provision of essential health and community services. It's been, I suppose, in some ways, a grueling 3 days. Is it 3 days or 4 days? I've kind of lost track. But you know, as I was sitting here preparing for this evening's debate, I thought, you know, this is probably how, on some kind of maybe physical level, the tiredness you feel and the sluggishness that you feel when you've gone these hours, this is probably what some of our healthcare providers feel doing the kinds of shifts that they do, the lengthy hours they put in, the back-to-back nature of that work, the limited periods of time that they get sometimes between their time on the job. For us here in the House, this is something that we do very occasionally. We haven't done this, had midnight sessions in this House of Assembly since Bill 68, I think. And that goes back to the early 2001. So what we are doing is kind of a very unusual situation, rarely happens, and I know we probably are all feeling the physical impact of that. But people who work in our healthcare system, they work like this all the time. And these are the people who this legislation will impact. These are the people who have been trying desperately to get the attention of their employer and their government to address the concerns that they have that have made the work that they do, that we all value on all sides of this House, so much more difficult to do. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is our role in supporting them in dealing with the realities of the day-to-day lives, their day-to-day working lives? And how will this bill address the concerns that have been brought forward? Now, we have heard a lot about how Nova Scotia is the only province in the country without a bill like this on the books. And we need to ask ourselves why that is, and whether or not that's something that we should fight to preserve rather than fight to change. We should ask ourselves what has been the experience, the implications, the outcomes of essential services legislation in other provinces, in other parts of the country that have this. And we should ask ourselves whether or not the lack of legislation like this has had a negative impact on our healthcare system here in Nova Scotia. I think the research that has been done by people who work in this field makes it obvious that this legislation in place in other provinces has not yielded the results. It's had unintended consequences. The unintended consequences are wildcat strikes, prolonged strikes. We have in Nova Scotia, we've been blessed actually. Yesterday in question period, used information that was provided to us by Janet Hazelton, the president of the Nova Scotia Nurses Union. The Nova Scotia Nurses Union, as we know, represent nurses from all over the province, from Yarmouth to Cape Breton, in our district health authorities. They work in the regional hospitals, in all of the DHAs except in the Capital District Health Authority, although they do work in the Capital District Health Authority, in the Cobequid Centre, in the Dartmouth General Hospital, and in Windsor, I believe. And this legislation will have an impact on them, even though this group of workers have not gone on strike. The Nova Scotia Nurses Union have not had a nursing strike in the province of Nova Scotia since 1977. Now, there are an awful lot of members on the government benches who come from parts of the province outside of the HRM who have nurses living in their constituencies, who are members of the Nova Scotia Nurses Union, who will be impacted by this legislation, who have this history of negotiated settlements without strikes. Those members will no doubt have to account for this legislation with those nurses. And as the president of their union indicated, one of the implications of this piece of legislation for the practical work of doing collective bargaining on behalf of the members of the Nova Scotia Nurses Union is that this process now, mandated by law before any collective agreement is bargained 6 months prior to the negotiating of a collective agreement, it imposes a whole new set of collective bargaining on those unions to put in place a negotiated essential services agreement. And in order to negotiate these new agreements, nurses are going to have to be taken out of the workplace to a bargaining table to do the work of defining what is essential or not, and the negotiation that is going to have to occur, when really what you want is to have those nurses staffing your regional hospitals and your small community health centers and your community clinics. But no, this government quite unnecessarily have dropped a piece of legislation that has absolutely no bearing on what has been going on with that particular union, for example, for many, many years. And now you're imposing onto them this additional thing, requirement, legal requirement, that will have a profoundly negative impact on the process and will take people out of the workplace. It will use resources in a very ineffective way unnecessarily. You know, that one example, when Janet Hazelton provided it at the Law Amendments Committee, told me so much about the state of awareness of those in the Premier's office and the Minister of Health's office and those who surround them with respect to what they're getting into here. They have absolutely either no idea that this would be the impact, or they did know, but they simply really didn't care. And I find that hard to believe, because, you know, Madam Speaker, I know these members. We've been here long enough, and I really don't believe that it occurred to them or any of the people who were drafting this legislation bother to drill down that deeply to tell people what the implications of that are going to be. But this is, you know, a serious problem. Now, just in practical terms, this is a serious problem. Madam Chair, I think we need to consider really the reality that's going on here. We have 2,300 nurses in the Capital District Health Authority who have been desperately trying to get someone's attention to deal with their problems. And the question is, does this legislation do it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't come within a country mile of addressing their problems. I am not reassured whatsoever by what the Premier has had to say about the Minister of Health traveling around the province, meeting with administration and other people in the district health authorities, that's going to result in dealing with these problems. And I want to be very blunt, Madam Chair, about the problems that we heard in the Law Amendments Committee and outside from healthcare providers who work in the Capital District Health Authority. When I heard the examples that the nurses were providing in law amendments and that they've written great long letters to us around, I was reminded of Dr. John Ross. And there are members in this chamber who will know about Dr. Ross, and there are members in this chamber perhaps who don't. So let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Ross. Dr. John Ross is an emergency room doctor. Dr. Ross is more than an emergency room doctor. He's this amazing person who had the courage a number of years ago to call a code orange in the emergency room over at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And that is a code that essentially shuts down the ER, and it prevents anybody else from being offloaded or brought into that ER. Patients have to be diverted somewhere else because it is a sign that that ER is incapable of handling one more patient. And I know at the time that he did that, the current Minister of Education was the health minister in the Conservative government. And he created a great deal of consternation throughout the healthcare system and in the bureaucracy right into the Department of Health. But you know, I worked with Dr. Ross. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Dr. Ross. If there is anybody that I've ever met who puts patients first in this province in terms of the healthcare system, it's Dr. Ross. I had the privilege of hiring him to be the advisor on emergency health care when I was Minister of Health. And if there was anything that I learned about what happened throughout that time and what drove Dr. Ross to take that action, it was his essential cry for help after trying for months, literally months, to get the attention of senior management at the Capital District Health Authority to deal with the serious problems in the emergency room at the Capital District Health Authority. Now, Dr. Ross is not the only healthcare provider I've had the opportunity to talk with who works in the Capital District Health Authority. I've talked with many ER doctors. I've talked with the orthopedic surgeons. I've talked with other surgeons. And I've talked with a lot of people who work in the mental health system. They all have the same story. They all have the same concern. They have a lot of difficulty, and they've had a lot of difficulty over the years having their concerns taken seriously by senior management. Is it a coincidence that all of these people have these concerns? Or do we have a problem that needs to be addressed? I don't know. I'm just telling you what I've heard. And I'm just telling you what I've observed. And I'm just saying what I was reminded of when I heard the nurses in the law amendments process over the last day and a half. You know, it was kind of, I was going, well, this is very interesting. This is deja vu, except it's a different group of healthcare providers. But they're essentially saying things that I've heard before, that we've heard before. We've just heard them from different groups inside the Capital District Health Authority. Now, the Capital District Health Authority, Madam Chair, is the largest DHA in the province. It gets about, I don't know, $850 million annually out of the Department of Health's budget. It's, you know, it's getting close to being a $1 billion operation. It is big. It is very big. And, you know, I get it that when you have such a big organization, it's hard to operate like you're a small organization. Management is further away from the front line than it is, let's say, in a smaller district health authority. I'll use St. Martha's, the regional hospital in Antigonish that I know quite well in the Scotia district. You know, it's a small district health authority, and I know, for example, that you rarely hear complaints out of Scotia in terms of human resource problems, problems between the doctors and management, problems between the nursing staff and management. You know, these are smaller health authorities where the management is closer to the front line. That's going to change. So we have here a piece of legislation that throws a net over the entire healthcare system from one end of the province to the other, even though the dispute that we currently have is in the Capital District Health Authority. But no, that's not something that the government seemed to recognize. Then we have groups for whom there isn't, you know, there hasn't been this level of conflict and difficulty, and that doesn't seem to be something that the government seemed to be too concerned about. This legislation is going to cover everyone. And then the legislation doesn't deal with their problems. The legislation, if anything, is going to create more problems. It's going to create problems for people who currently don't have problems. And the government have this incredible plan now to build one district health authority for the whole province. You know, I have been trying my hardest to understand why this bill was brought in this form. Why in the world? We were here not so long ago with somewhat similar legislation, and it applied to home care workers across the province. But this bill applies to groups that have settled their collective agreements. groups who haven't had disputes for decades. So why is it necessary to have this act in the form that we have it? And I can only conclude that the rationale for it, in fact, is the preoccupation that the government has with having one district health authority. Because they're moving in that direction, then they need legislation like this, so that everybody will have, one employer. They will have one district health authority as their employer, essentially, and they'll all be treated the same. And this is exactly the problem that people who are concerned about the Liberal government's plan to amalgamate district health authorities have, is that this whole process leads to unintended consequences, and it creates chaos. It results in conflict, and it also means that you end up spending your time planning and dealing with problems associated with your own focus and activity, when our healthcare system really needs to have the energy and the focus go into other things. Other things like finding ways to reduce wait times, finding ways to reduce unnecessary tests. We had today a large national organization come out with a big report that is a report on all of the unnecessary testing, and some of it harmful medical interventions that provinces across the country and medical societies across the country have identified as kind of their top 5 things that they would like to work on to reduce unnecessary use of medical resources in ways that either have no results or indeed the result that they have is harmful. These are the kinds of things that we should be doing, not this kind of thing. Now, the Premier has said that this bill is only about balance. It does not remove the right to strike. But that isn't what people in the labor relations field are telling us, Madam Chair. And I have to say, if I have to make my decision based on people who have expertise in the area because they've been doing this work for many, many years, or based on a Premier who 8 months ago told healthcare workers quite a different story, then I know who I'm going to pay attention to. And it's not going to be the Premier, because he clearly has changed his tune quite dramatically from when he sat over here on this side of the House. And we saw that time and time again. Oh, I'm all for collective bargaining. I believe in the workers and the workers' rights. Well, that didn't last too long, did it? This particular piece of legislation effectively neuters the capacity of the various health unions to bargain from a level playing field, from an equal position. And you know, we can see, just in the way that the negotiations have gone between the district health authority and the nurses, that even the suggestion of legislation like this has poisoned that process to the point that not only was there no settlement, not only was there no discussion, a refusal to discuss the salient points that the nurses were bringing to the table, but we don't even have an essential services agreement apparently in place. Now, this to me is pretty shocking. And it's shocking because I sat in the seat where the Minister of Health currently sits, and there was an agreement. And Madam Chair, I insisted that there be an agreement. And that agreement had to cover emergency health services. That agreement had to cover ERs. It had to cover ICUs. It had to cover cancer care. It had to cover services for veterans. So it's very disturbing to see where we are now and how we have really reverted to a form of labor relations that we have not seen for quite a long time in our province. The nurses who have come to law amendments, they're heartbroken. They're heartbroken. And I don't have to tell members this. I know that members of the government party know this. You have been communicated, probably every single solitary person to a person has heard from nurses who you represent. And they are heartbroken. They're also pretty angry. Especially the senior nurses, nurses who have worked for many years in the system, who feel the weight and the burden of heavier and heavier workloads and more acuity for their patients. And this is not news. We know this. We know that we have people who live longer. You know, I remember when I was health minister doing my tour around the province, meeting a nurse in Cape Breton. This woman she was a nurse manager, and she came to me when I was leaving the hospital in New Waterford, I think, and she hadn't been able to be at any of the events where I had been in that hospital throughout the day because she was just too darn busy. But she really wanted to talk to the Minister of Health before I got away. And she stopped me and she said, she introduced herself, she told me what her position was, and she told me that she had been a nurse, I think, for 20-some years, for quite a large number of years. She was a nurse. but she had left the nursing profession for a period of time to raise her kids. So she had, as a young woman, she had been in the workforce, she had done nursing, then she married, she had children, she left for a time. And then, before she came back, she had to do, you know, the refresher course and what have you. And she did that, and she came back. And she said to me, I've never been so surprised, I was never so surprised in all my life. Coming back after being away, I think she indicated she'd been away for like 12 years or something like that. She said, you know, when I was here as a young person nursing, we rarely had a person on our ward who was 90 years old. Today, probably 80 or 85% of our patients are anywhere between 80 and 102. And they are frail, and they have chronic illnesses, and the kind of care that we have to provide is completely different than what I'm used to, what was there before. It's totally transformed. And I've thought about that a lot, Madam Chair. I've thought about, you know, the nurses that we've seen here in the Red Room at the law amendments. I mean, these nurses, they see that, but they see more than that. The 2,300 nurses in the Capital District, especially nurses who are at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, this is the tertiary care center for Atlantic Canada, essentially. So they have a burn unit. They have head trauma. They have a lot of very specialized floors and services that don't necessarily exist elsewhere, along with the kind of patient care that needs to be provided and is provided in regional hospitals around the province. But they do have more specialty services, and they have a great deal of pressure. And we know that that hospital is under a lot of pressure to move people in and out from all over Atlantic Canada, but certainly from our own province. And so the intensity of work, the pace of work, the pressures of work are greater, no doubt, in a setting like that. What does this legislation do to address any of that? And what does it say to the nurses who essentially have cried code orange? We can't cope anymore. Make it stop. Do something. Somebody help us. This bill does nothing. This bill says, too bad, so sad. You're going to have to stay there. You're going to have to deal with that. We're going to ensure that happens with this legislation. We're going to fine you if you don't follow this legislation. And we're going to fine the organization that you belong to that bargains collectively on your behalf. Is that what you thought you were going to be doing when you put your name on the ballot and you allowed yourself to go forward and stand as a candidate for the Liberal Party? I wonder how many members of the Liberal caucus had conversations with healthcare workers and people who work in community services on the doorstep and indicated, elect us, elect me, and this is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to limit your democratic right to collective bargaining. I'm going to change the legislation. I'm going to go to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, and I'm going to be part of a government that's going to change the legislation so that in the future, what you've known as collective bargaining will be known as collective begging. Madam Chair, I don't know. I don't know if that it was said by anyone as they went door to door in the election. But I bet there aren't too many members of the Liberal government that were out knocking on doors with this on their minds. In fact, I would bet that of the new members of this government, there would be probably no one who had that in the back of their mind. My job is going to be to take the democratic rights away from healthcare and community services workers in this province. I don't know, Madam Chair, when members of the government caucus found out about this legislation and what input you've had into this legislation. But I find it interesting that this legislation is not only about healthcare workers, it's about people who work in community services as well. It's about people who work in residential care, who work in small options homes, who work in child welfare. Now, as someone whose background is in social work, I recognize that there are emergency services that need to be provided, for example, to children. No question about it. But how is this legislation going to work in a small options environment where you have somebody on staff at night, an overnight person, somebody who lives there, comes home at night? Are those people going to be able to seriously bargain collectively in an effective way with legislation like this? No. No, they're not. They might as well decertify if they're represented by a union, because they will have absolutely no bargaining power whatsoever. And let's be clear about the kind of wages and benefits these people currently have. Are these people who make big amounts of money? No. They're not. Are these people who have big benefit packages? No. No. So we've just had a government who have taken a group of workers who, there has not been a residential care facility strike in the province of Nova Scotia for some considerable period of time. But that seems to be irrelevant to this government. Totally irrelevant. The net has been cast as broadly as possible in this piece of legislation, breaking a commitment that the member from Annapolis made to the workers of this province repeatedly in this chamber. And he can stand in his place and he can say otherwise, but we know because we've been here and we've heard differently. Now, we are very close to the time when this bill will actually move through this chamber. And we recognize here in this caucus that we don't have anything other than our voices, our voices to try to get consideration and common sense to rule with respect to this legislation. We recognize that this bill eventually, unless the government decides in the 11th hour to at least suspend it for a period of time, and I can't tell you how disappointed I was that the Premier didn't take the opportunity that we presented earlier yesterday or late yesterday evening to call an industrial commission, which really would have given us an opportunity not only to cool the situation down, but to investigate and inquire, look into the concerns that have been raised, and make some findings and maybe make some suggestions and help us move past this situation. But the Premier wasn't interested in doing that. And so here we are, we're left with this very, very, very bad piece of legislation. One of the presenters at Law Amendments yesterday, I had been searching for a way to characterize this bill, a word, an adjective, something that I could use to describe this bill that was parliamentary. I could come up with lots of words that weren't so parliamentary, but something that really described this bill that was parliamentary. And he said it. He said this bill is diabolical. And it is. This bill is very diabolical. This bill is diabolical for a whole lot of reasons. This bill appears to be something that it's not. You know, this bill appears to give us some security and some stability and some assurance of patient safety. And in fact, it will do nothing of the kind. You know, workers will find their own ways to deal with their frustrations. And there are no laws that contain those frustrations when they build to a point that they're not prepared to take things anymore. The current labor relations process we have is a process that actually gives us some order into conflict in the workplace when there's conflict. The current process we have now is one where we know who's going out. we know who's going on strike. This is a recipe for wildcat strikes. This is a recipe for workers deciding, you know what, I'm not putting up with this anymore, and I'm out of here. And when that happens, there is no one that can really control that. There's no predictability around that. There's no 48-hour notice. We're going on strike. 48-hour notice. Some predictability. You can do some planning. There's none of that. In a wildcat strike, people just leave, or they don't show up. Members of the government benches, I don't know if people have much experience in unionized settings, but, you know, it's not just, things don't just happen. There's a level of organization that comes through a process, and there's a level of respect that's required. In order to have effective collective bargaining, you have to have some equality in the relationship. If the relationship is one where all of the power is on one side, tilted too far in one direction, then the person who holds that power has absolutely no reason to be fair, to be considerate, to be respectful, to listen. And this legislation is full of provisions that tip that balance toward the employer. So the outcome of this legislation, if it passes, will not be felt immediately, but it will be felt. And I can guarantee you, it will be felt before the next electoral cycle. So, if you think this is uncomfortable, then round two could be a lot worse. It could be a very lot worse. Be careful what you wish for, my dad used to say. So, Madam Chair, there are probably many other things I could say about this legislation. I'm not going to. I think I've pretty much made my point of view known and why I have concerns about this legislation. Members of my caucus will want an opportunity to share their points of view and make their views known, and I want to give them an opportunity to do that. And we will have an opportunity to talk further as we go through the bill clause by clause, no doubt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just going to say a few words tonight, and in particular about the opportunity that was presented to the Premier late yesterday, and that was for an industrial inquiry. Because I think that is so important for a couple of reasons, but not the least of which, Madam Chair, is that it would allow an airing of this grievance that the Premier is occupied with, and that is the state of labor relations in the healthcare system. An industrial inquiry would have allowed experts, not politicians, but experts to go into the field and really who understand it much better than I think anybody in this House really understands it, and to give us a thought of, and give us their thoughtfulness of how to resolve the problems and tell us what the real problems are. Yet the Premier decided very tersely to say no, that's not what I want to do. We didn't say, well, as much as we disagree with Bill 37, we didn't say that get rid of it. We just said, like, just stop the clock on it, and then get the two sides to agree, which I'm quite sure they would have, that they would suspend, that there'd be no strike, there'd be no lockout, and we would really find out, and this whole House and all of Nova Scotia would be able to have an understanding of the state of play in our healthcare system as it relates to industrial relations. And that would be, I think, the prudent thing to do. There'd be no strike in a few hours' time. The workers would all remain on the job. Capital Health could go along, and we would have a period of, say, 90 days or so, and some learned people would come back and tell us what the real issues are in labor relations. I think the last industrial inquiry in this province was by Mr. Kidd, and that was came as a result of, I believe, a strike in the healthcare system in Cape Breton, and it was, I think, the strike lasted some 8 weeks. I believe, I could be wrong, but it involved medical technicians and some maintenance people. This was before amalgamated boards and so on. So, there was a variance across a couple of hospitals of various unions of who represented who. But at that time, the people that were on strike were members of the old CAW, and that's where the strike came from. And out of that, Mr. Kidd did what many consider to be a very thoughtful and thorough process. And one of his one of his points clearly in his study was that essential services don't work. That essential service legislation doesn't work, and he's an expert. I'm not an expert. I've done collective bargaining, but when it comes to that, I'm nowhere near the league of then Mr. Kidd. So those type of learned people, we could take that fine resource and really get to the heart of what is the problem. So that is an issue that I would have hoped that the Premier could have saw that as an olive branch and saw it for what it was, as an expert way of finding our way through this. I'm just going to make a couple more points, and then I'll take my seat, Madam Chair. But the other issues is the breadth and width of this bill, and who it encompasses, and like. We saw in Bill 30, it was very narrow in scope. It was one group of workers. This one here, if that was a narrow, then little kind of valley, then this bill in relation to geography is the Grand Canyon. The idea that you can take all these groups, and many of them, as my leader has said, have collective agreements now. They're not in negotiations. I'm think since Bill 30, I believe that some of the ones that were caught in that net, I think more than half, I think, have either settled or have tentative agreements on the table going forward. So, you know, and what's going to happen to them is they're going to be caught up in this bill as their collective agreements expire. They will be caught up in the larger part of this. So those are issues. So to use a heavy hammer on in a labor relations situation such as this really does not make a lot of sense. That where you have it, we should be finding out what the problems are as opposed to just kind of throw it against the wall and see what sticks. We've got, you know, this bill does nothing to say, is there actual issues in the human resources we use in and around Capitol Health? This bill does not stop that. If, for instance, it's a bad workplace, and it's a bad workplace for whatever reason, whether the workers aren't doing their job or they're bad managers, I don't know. But an industrial inquiry would help us put focus to that and allow us to say, this is, you know, these are the real problems. Let's get down and fix them. But this bill doesn't fix anything. This bill is is supposed to clean up what I would say is largely a mythical problem. And so therefore, we have this bill in front of us, and we've swept up healthcare workers. With the scope of this bill, it's kind of like et cetera, if you will, that you are involved, and whoever we at that point see fit. That at points that just about every time the collective agreement rolls over, then they'll probably have to have a new essential services agreement banged out again. So it's not like if I was to even agree with it, that you would have a set of rules, and here they are, and they're in perpetuity. It's no, every time that the agreement is open, another one comes forward. So, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm about ready to take my place. I just wanted to get on the record today, and there's no answer in committee of the whole, but it's important that when we have a chance to voice our opinion on this bill, that we do, that when this bill comes for third reading, I'll have more to say on it. While in the entirety, I don't agree with the bill, but later on when we get into amendments, we will probably move one amendment and speak on that. It's more or less, you know, we realize that there's a very large likelihood that it will be defeated, the amendment, but nonetheless, we will bring it forward in a timely manner, and hopefully it wouldn't be, but it's a way of showing this is just one of the many problems we have with this bill. It's not only us, but we believe that this bill falls short of really helping anybody. So with that said, Madam Chair, I will take my place.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad to be able to stand and really talk on the title of this bill, Bill 37, Essential Health and Community Services Act. As my former colleague, or the former speaker who just spoke before me, my colleague, has indicated, there's a number of avenues as a member of this House to try to, as an opposition member, to encourage government to look at the policies they're bringing forward that affects Nova Scotians, to maybe take some more time on a piece of legislation like Bill 37 to really understand the implications of passing such a piece of legislation and the ramifications that will unfold after this piece of legislation
would be passed in the manner that we have here in the legislature. Some have suggested, why are we talking at this point, or why did we insist on ensuring all presenters were able to give and make presentations in law amendments? And I have to say it's because of the process we have. We're following the legislative process that has been in place in this province for over 100 years, Madam Chair, and we're trying to do and ensure that the roles that we've been tasked to do as an opposition member, we try to follow those rules and encourage and try to improve. I think what we all want to do is services and in the environment that Nova Scotians live in, Madam Chair. Labor relations is not an easy thing to deal with, Madam Chair. Just coming off 4 years in government, having a number of different roles as a non-member of Executive Council for some period of time, as the Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage, and then, of course, for the end of the 2 years in government as Minister of Health, I realized through all those different positions and the 6 years prior in opposition that labor relations isn't an easy thing to deal with. It's not an easy thing to work in, but it's an important part of what government has to deal with on a daily basis. And the one thing you can't do, Madam Chair, is just give up, because it's important to continue to work on the relationship between government and those within the unions in our province. I know specifically now we're dealing with the pending strike of the nurses at Capital Health, but there's many other locals and other unions that have an interest in labor relations that go on between them and the province and the government here in Nova Scotia. And you, as a government, as someone who's elected to the government party, their role is to ensure that those relations between government and the labor sector or the unionized sector of the province, you continue to work at that. And I have to say, Madam Chair, with Bill 37, that's going to be more difficult going into the future. And I hope that the government members from Executive Council right through all Liberal MLAs, that they realize that there's, I think, some rocky road ahead, and it's not going to be any easier when the next issue or impasse comes up, no matter if this piece of legislation passes or not. And I say that, Madam Chair, because as I took my turn in law amendments over the almost 18 hours of witnesses, I think it was 18 hours, pretty close to 18 hours, we heard from a number of individuals, a number of Nova Scotians. They weren't all just nurses, Madam Chair, who came forward and expressed their concerns around Bill 37 to try to get their point across to law amendments, the committee members of law amendments, but really to government on the impact of this legislation and what it will do to them. We heard from the general public. People had no ties to the union. People had no ties to nursing as a profession, but many of them who have had experiences, most of them with loved ones, for example, who were in the hospital or themselves going through a medical procedure or situation, and their profound support and respect for the nurses who have provided that care to them or their loved ones. But we also heard from what I would call experts in the field of labor and labor relations and negotiations. Lawyers, for example. I know Ray Larkin presented at law amendments, and Mr. Larkin has spent his career in the labor relation field. And he was quite candid, Madam Chair. He was very upfront indicating that he works with the unions here in the province, but indicated, some of his views around legal challenges, for example, of a piece of legislation like that, like Bill 37. We know from the more recent legislation that was brought in, Bill 30, that there is, I think, a potential, or there is an ongoing challenge now on that piece of legislation. And I asked Mr. Larkin about Bill 37, and would there be a basis for the unions and labor to challenge this in the courts, and he said there would be. So, as I mentioned earlier, the road ahead of us is going to be, I think, much rockier if Bill 37 passes. But people like Mr. Larkin and others who work within the labor and who are what I would consider experts in the field have indicated what the environment is like in other jurisdictions who have put in place essential services legislation. And, it was very clear. There's been a number of studies, reports done over the last number of decades around jurisdictions that have similar legislation, and the comparison of Nova Scotia, for example. One of those reports, and I can't remember the name of it right now, but was done a number of years ago to look at what the differences were between the province of Alberta, where in that province, the healthcare sector cannot strike, and the labor relations and the strikes that we've seen here in Nova Scotia. And what came out of that study, and it wasn't commissioned by our party, or it was an independent review of what the history of the two jurisdictions were when it comes to labor relations and the impact of essential service legislation. And it was shown that actually Nova Scotia, which doesn't have the essential service legislation like Bill 37 on its books currently, had a much more stable environment when it came to labor relations and strikes that have happened in the years past. And in the province of Alberta, where you cannot strike, healthcare sector cannot strike, they've seen strikes. There's been, in that time period where they looked at, there was 15 times more, I know it's late, 15 times more, I guess, strikes in Alberta than in Nova Scotia. And they have this similar legislation in place, which tends to hopefully, or should tend someone to reflect on, well, then why is it not working in Alberta? And we heard from my leader earlier around what happens when essential services legislation is in place in jurisdictions other than Nova Scotia's, that they have wildcat strikes. So it doesn't matter what legislation says. It doesn't matter if it says the cancer care unit will be staffed at 100%. If a wildcat strike happens, all that's out the window. It doesn't matter. Legislation is there, but they walk out anyways. And that happens in jurisdictions like Alberta. And what else has been looked at and the findings are that those strikes happen continue on much longer. Because what you have in essential services legislation, not all the jurisdictions that have it where everybody walks out. What they have is a portion of those within the bargaining unit go on strike. They have a certain number of the workers who will remain on the job, but there's no really incentive to get those workers back to work if they're meeting a certain percentage or a certain requirement of essential services like cancer care, emergency room, ICUs, and those areas that we know are life or death situation when people are in the hospital. Then those workers stay out much longer, and they tend not to get back to the table sooner or quicker, Madam Chair. And that really has an impact on those what you would call non-essential healthcare services, or the elective kind of, like the knee replacements, for example, Madam Chair. Those just keep getting pushed off. And you can't have that. The environment we have, it's been stated before, that's been relatively stable over the last number of decades within the healthcare sector. My leader indicated the NSNU, for example, haven't seen a strike since the 70s. I think since I was 7 years old was the last strike NSNU had here in the province, Madam Chair. So it begs the question of why do we see such legislation that really, and no matter what the Premier says over and over, and he said it I think in every answer from questions from not only our members but from the Progressive Conservative, is that we're not taking away the right to strike for healthcare workers. You are, Madam. They are, Madam Chair. Those experts I talked about, who were witnesses on law amendments, stated how this piece of legislation is worded does just that. It takes those rights away, and it really creates an environment that is not, I think, the best environment that we want here in Nova Scotia when it comes to labor relations. I went through a lot of the presentations that was submitted by people who couldn't come to law amendments. And I hope government members do the same. They read through them, and I will try to respond if I can, if there's a contact information. And many of them started off by saying they apologized for not being able to be at law amendments, but some of them had to work. Some of them went to work. Some of them stated, well, they were scheduled at 2:30 and they left by midnight. So I don't blame individuals. It was a long day yesterday. But I went through their correspondence and tried to make sure that I understood a lot of the concerns that they had when it came to Bill 37. And we're speaking today because I think there's still time for the government, for the Executive Council, for the members of the Liberal government to think if this is truly the way they want to go forward. And Madam Chair, we witnessed in law amendments where there was a motion brought forward in law amendments to cut off those presenters, to try to revert or bring back reporting the bill to the House, to this chamber, to continue the process through. And I'll commend the government. After about an hour and a half of debate from our House leader and our leader, and a lot of tension in the room from witnesses that were scheduled to present, that the government did the right thing, in my mind, and I congratulate them on that. They withdrew that motion that would have silenced another 60 or 70, I think, witnesses, when it really wasn't needed. And we had indicated to the government that we would not support fast-tracking this piece of legislation, like breaking the rules, in my mind, changing the rules of the House to allow this to go forward. And we've been criticized by the government over the last number of hours since that decision was made by our caucus. But my response to that, Madam Chair, is that the government knew for a number of weeks now that this impasse was at a point where the likelihood of a negotiated settlement was up in the air. And we were called back to the legislature last Thursday, Madam Chair. I think it was last Thursday. No mention of this bill, Bill 37. We were here also on Friday. No mention of Bill 37 on Friday, Madam Chair. And if that was done at that time, this piece of legislation If you do the calculations on the procedures that it has to follow to get through to the legislative process to a vote, would have probably been voted on yesterday or the day before, well in advance of the 48-hour notice that the union has given on Monday about walking off the job. I believe it's 9 o'clock, or I think it's 9 o'clock this morning, 9:30 or 7 o'clock this morning, so in a few hours. So I don't buy the idea that, you know, we're delaying this. We're not delaying it. We're practicing, and we're doing what we're supposed to do as an opposition member. We're supposed to, and we've all been. There's a number of government members that have been on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, who did this, who has done exactly what we're doing right now, voicing our concerns about a piece of legislation that will impact Nova Scotians. And you know, the government House leader knew at that time when we were coming back in last Thursday that this was in front of the government. And I was a bit surprised, Madam Chair, that last Thursday the first piece of legislation introduced on that day was not a bill similar, or Bill 37, or similar to Bill 37. It wouldn't have been Bill 37. It would have been Bill 28, I think, or something like that. I was surprised not to see it, because we heard from the Premier leading up to last Thursday a number of times in the media that I think didn't help the situation. It really inflamed the situation in my view and in our view on this side of the House, when, you know, he makes comments like, what more do they want? We have above the national average of nursing staff per, or the ratio per 100,000 residents. That does no good, Madam Chair, when negotiations are still ongoing. There was still possibility for the mediator to call both sides back. And I think I said this in an earlier debate. Even if the Premier was thinking that, he shouldn't have said that publicly, because it doesn't help with labour relations. And as I said in my opening remark when I started, that you really, as a government, you really need to work hard on labour relations. And you need to sometimes not say what you're thinking. And that's not the case here, Madam Chair. I think the Premier really botched the kind of process that we've had in the province for decades, and a process that has relatively worked quite well. I think the stats, and it's been thrown around a number of times over the last week or so, is that 97% of those labour negotiations come to an agreement in the province. 97%. Those 3% are concerning. You know, what government needs to do is try to figure out what broke down when those 3% don't work out, and the next time that they find themselves in a situation where there's an impasse with labour relations between either a wing of government or arm's length organization or government directly involved with negotiations, that they know how to try to get past and not repeat what happened in those 3% negotiations. And we heard also, Madam Chair, during the debate or the witnesses within law amendments, and I think it was in one of the submissions that someone had written and sent in, and the clerk, I believe, provided to all members, was about what are the incentives, or what incentives does the employer have to bargain with the union when they know that essential services legislation like this one is on the books. And that leads into something I said earlier around the length of these strikes in other jurisdictions that have legislation like this. There's no real incentive for the employer to get back to the table. If they have, and we're really trying to figure out Bill 37 says about the percentage of staff that are going to be required to be maintained, I think the number of 85, 90, 95%, somewhere's in there I heard over the last little while. It's not specific, that would be worked out. So say it's 85%, Madam Chair. So 15% of your workforce will be out on strike. Really, what incentives is there for the employer? So say it's Capital Health, for example. Let's use what's in front of us. So Capital Health works under legislation that's in place like Bill 37. They have 85% of their workforce there, which we heard during testimonials is about where they're at normally because of sick time, people on vacation, shifts that aren't being filled. Actually, a lot of them said they're a lot less than 80% on a normal day in many of the units across Capital Health. So what incentives or what incentive is there for the employee or the employers to get back to the table if they're at 85 or even 90%? There's not much. So on the other flip side, one of the things that employees have and the union have during negotiation is that hammer. Each side has hammers or has an avenue to exercise that, that kind of playing your cards down, Madam Chair. On the employer side, it's potentially having the ability to bring legislation in and force them back to work. On the employee side, it's the right to strike. And allowing both sides to have that kind of ace up their sleeve pushes both sides to try to come to an agreement. So when those sides are unbalanced, and we've heard time and time again, even though the Premier says we need a balanced approach, it's unbalanced for the workers and unions when you have this type of legislation in place. Because what does the employer and the union and the employees or the union have up their sleeve if they can't strike? If they can only send 15% of their members out, then hopefully you understand their cards are read really before they go into negotiation. And that's why it hasn't worked in other jurisdictions. That's why we see in Alberta they strike 15 times more than they do here in Nova Scotia. And they have essential services legislation. So one of our roles, and I've said this before, that I take my role very seriously as an MLA, for Sackville-Cobequid. I take my role seriously now as a member of the opposition, and trying to ensure that Nova Scotians know. This process has happened pretty quickly. For all of us here, I know we're all tired. It's almost 3 in the morning. We've been up for 3 days. Most of Nova Scotians still don't know that we've been doing this. I got an email, I think, on the way in here that I received yesterday afternoon, and I got the second one saying, why didn't I respond yet? I don't even know if I've seen the first one yet. Most of Nova Scotians don't know what we've just gone through over the last 3 days, 4 days. Some of the union members do, for sure, but most Nova Scotians don't. So part of our role in opposition is to make sure that they know about the ramifications of Bill 37 and what the environment will look like when if this bill passes, which if the MLAs on the government side choose not to change their mind and change direction, it's going to pass, within the next 24 hours, this bill will pass. So that's why I'm standing today in my place. Again, one more time, asking government member to reconsider this. And as an opposition member, as a critic, I think we shouldn't just criticize. I commended the government earlier for taking back the motion to silence people in law amendments. I'll commit to continuing to indicate when government's doing a good job and bringing forward good public policy. I'll support it. Our caucus will support that. But as an opposition party, we need to come forward, I think, with some solutions. And we did just that, Madam Chair. Over the last number of days, we've had 2 opportunities to bring forward a chance for government just to put the brakes on for a little while. The first one was of course, the hoist motion that we brought forward earlier, which was rejected. The second one was the Industrial Commission that we asked for earlier last night. Here's two opportunities for government to say, okay, let's just wait a minute, just like they did in law amendments. I think the government House Leader realized that the tension in the room, for one, the concern that not only my House Leader had and our leader had, but the concern with the people who wanted to have their voice heard. And that's just a snapshot in my mind, in my view, Madam Chair, of what some Nova Scotians think. They couldn't all just come to the legislature here yesterday to try to get across the government and government members their concern. So it was just a snapshot, and I think the government realized there's a lot of pressure. I mean, I know some of the new MLAs who were sitting there, it wasn't easy sitting through 18 hours of Nova Scotians criticizing the decision their party is going to make. Often when legislation is brought forward and law amendments start, there are people there that support the legislation, the witnesses that support the piece of legislation. I don't remember hearing anybody come forward. I missed a few hours, but I don't believe there was anybody who signed up to come to law amendments and say, listen, we're behind you 110%. You need to continue forward. There was nobody like that. I haven't even gotten any emails on that one. So I think the government member or government House Leader recognized that yesterday when the motion came forward to close and try to silence them, and they changed their mind and they withdrew it. I knew it wasn't easy for the members of the committee to sit through that. And here's another opportunity for us to try to encourage, persuade the government to take a different direction. With the Industrial Commission request, we're not saying don't do what you want to do. Don't just take a break. It was the same thing with the hoist, Madam Chair. It was like, just take a break, because tensions are high. Labor relations today, right now, are probably at the highest in recent memory, Madam Chair. I've been in this legislature for 11 years, as I said, in all three positions, and I'm still young enough where I can go to all three positions again. If the people of Sac will allow me to do that. And it was a tough one, this one. I will admit that one. But one of the reasons, I might as well, thanks for leading me down that road, one of the reasons it was tough was because you are held accountable. MLAs, no matter what party we represent, are held accountable. And just like my first election in 2003, I took over for a long-serving MLA, over 19 years he served in the House, John Holmes. And one of the things he told me was, it's easy to get elected that first time. Well, I didn't think it was that easy. I worked hard for the full election, and I thought it was difficult. But he said it was easy. It's easier to get elected the first time. The challenge is getting elected for the second time. And I have to say the challenge was to get elected for a fourth time. It never goes away. No matter how comfortable you think you might be sitting in these seats in the legislature, ultimately it's the people who you represent who will decide. And you're held accountable for the actions you take. And I recognize that, and I in this last election went to every door I knocked on, and I was okay to and more than willing to stand behind some of the decisions we made, for example, over the past 4 years. And not all of them were easy, Madam Chair. It's not easy being on that side of the floor. I have a huge understanding now, a huge respect, and I've always had a respect. But when you're there for 4 years, you truly understand the challenges that are before you. and the importance of making good decisions and making sure that it's the path you want to go down. Hence why we are trying on this side to make sure that the government recognizes the implications of passing Bill 37 here in the legislature, Madam Chair. So with that, I think I'll be wrapping up in a few minutes. I know a couple of my colleagues want to say a few words. I heard John Holmes would have been longer. Every time John Holmes got up to speak, he said he had a few words, and he spoke an hour every time. But I did an hour the other day. I don't need to do an hour at 3 in the morning today. I did it at 4 in the morning yesterday. But it's important, I think, to be able to have the opportunity as an MLA, as an opposition member, to stand up and try to educate maybe the newer MLAs, but encourage the more seasoned MLAs and Executive Council on the ramifications of and the implications of what this piece of legislation will have here in the province of Nova Scotia. So with those few words, I'll allow my colleagues to have their say.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I know that each and every one of us are probably to the point of exhaustion this morning, but I think that this has been a very good experience for everybody, because this gives you a very small taste of what our healthcare professionals deal with as part of their work life. And this is what they are telling us. And so that is why it is so important for us to talk about Bill 37 and to express our concerns about the bill and express the concerns of the healthcare professionals in this province. And Bill 37 has and will continue to throw our healthcare system into chaos. And there has been many, many unanswered questions with respect to this bill. And I think that's very important for the government members to think about. We need some answers. And would you go forward in your own lives with so many questions unanswered that you would want to try to find the answers for? And one of the questions that comes to my mind, and many of those who spoke at law amendments, is the question of how the Premier can stand in this House and talk in front of with the media and continually say that the right to strike hasn't been taken away. Let's look at the facts. The facts is that this is called essential services, and that's what you're looking at. So the employer is going to be able to have the power to define essential services. It's going to take a while to get that definition. The real facts are that can you not, any one of you, look at the health care work environment and say that is essential? You know, it doesn't matter what part of a service that's being provided by somebody in health care, the employer is going to be able to make the argument that that is essential. So what I would like to find out from the Premier or any of the members over on the government side, can you please provide me and the nurses and all those in health care a list of the people that you feel are not going to be listed as essential will have a right to strike? Because it's very misleading to stand in this House and say the right to strike is not taken away. Well, maybe it isn't, but there's nobody that's going to be left that will have that right. That is a fact that you have to think about. I mean, you can say your fancy messages because you want people to think that. Well, that's not what's going to happen. And you're talking about now, you think that this is just sitting in the city of Halifax. No, this will spread across the province because of your legislation and because the legislation is so widespread. It's touching people that work in community services too, at the group homes, people working at the youth facilities, people working in senior citizen homes. I mean, you can make quite a long list that this legislation is going to cover. And you know yourself that often people do not react until it happens to them. That's human nature. So if you think that after this week is over, that this is going to go away, I'm sorry, you're sadly mistaken. And this is
Order.
going to follow.
Order. I would
Yes?
remind the honourable member to please address her remarks towards the chair. Yeah, the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you. But through you to the government members, Madam Chair, this is not going to go away. This is a legacy that is going to be haunting the Liberal government for a long, long time to come. Because as this spreads out across the province and people really understand what this legislation means to them, you have well over 30,000 some workers that it will affect. Those 30,000 workers have family and they have friends. And so there will be a domino effect. And you can try, repeat the messages that you want to give to the public. But I believe that the public are much smarter than what you're giving them credit to be, by always just saying the message, yeah, the right to strike is still there. Yes, the right to strike is still there, but there's nobody that you can give me a name of in the healthcare profession that is going to have that right. That is really the true fact of this legislation, and that's why I continually say, you're really fooling yourselves. You really are. You repeat the message enough times, at the end of the day, Madam Chair, you think that you may believe it, but I know that those people that are going to experience what this means are not going to think about it. I also want to make a comment in this bill, Madam Chair, about patient safety. Nurses are absolutely dedicated to the safety of their patients. You know, and for anybody who is not in the healthcare profession, whether it's myself, the Premier, or anyone else, Madam Chair, to say about that this is about patient safety and they really know it, that's wrong. You don't know it until you experience it. You do not know it until the fact is that you don't have enough colleagues working with you and you're looking after 6 patients and you're one person. We heard those compelling accounts of the work environment. They're not making it up. You don't get 170 some people in this short period of time come out, Madam Chair, and talk about the fact that there was one lady last night that was so compelling because she talked about the fact that she works in geriatric care. And one night she had so many patients to look after, and she said that was so important to her and to her patients to just be there. You know, maybe you're 90 years old and you're dying. And she was not able, because she was forced to look after too many patients that night. One of her patients died, and she could not even go in there and hold that lady's hand and let her take her last breath with another human being. How sad is that? And this legislation is not going to make a difference. You know, we have the Premier saying that the Minister of Health is going to travel around to the health authorities and especially in Halifax. We know there's a lot of issues with the district health authority here, and that he's going to be listening and he's going to try to make changes. Well, he doesn't have time to make those changes. And if he even does, what this legislation is doing is creating anger and upset worse than it is now in the workplace. So when you're trying to talk to people and trying to make changes, Madam Speaker, the first thing you need to be able to understand is that there has to be a good relationship between the people that you are trying to make those changes with together in a restorative approach. What is restorative about a minister coming in, and you know that very minister represents a government that didn't support you? And that is why we have offered several suggestions in terms of the hoist bill and saying that give 6 months. Well, that wasn't supported by our government. And now we come and we give another suggestion about having an industrial commission and give some time to be able to, so then when the minister does go out and talk to these individuals, that the minister is working with people that will look at him and say, you guys admitted to the fact that this wasn't workable. And a lot of people, I know, Madam Speaker, really appreciate when a government comes back and say, well, we've heard the people of Nova Scotia. You don't have to hear us as opposition members, because you're just thinking that we're going to oppose whatever you say. But you can leave us out of the picture, but those individuals who came to law amendments had nothing to gain out of telling you the truth and telling you what exactly is happening in their work setting. They're not your opposition. You're hoping they're not going, your opposition, but believe me, they're going to become your opposition. And that's what has to be considered by this government. And that, we have heard, and it almost feels like you have to repeat it over and over again, about the fact that to say to Nova Scotians that we're the last province to bring in this type of legislation, are we supposed to be proud of that you want to go along with other provinces where it has actually been proven in studies, in research, and in facts, because they already haven't. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked in Alberta. And in the other, look at precedent. The Supreme Court of Canada in British Columbia, the government lost. And they lost their case. Precedent has been set. They lost their case because they did not consult with the people of their province. They did not consult with their health care workers. And they did not give them enough time. And so we have in Canada a ruling. We also already have under our home care workers a legal action taking place with this government. So there's going to be more. Do you think that they're going to sit back and not do anything? Well, the government's sadly mistaken if they think that, because they will. This will take a long time and a lot of money to be in a court system that goes right to the Supreme Court of Canada, but it will go in that direction, because who's going to say, oh, we better not invest in going in that direction because we don't know what the response will be from the court? They know. And I'm not a lawyer, but boy, do I ever know that the fact is, what I hear all the time is decisions are made on precedent. We have a precedent in this country. So if our government thinks that they're going to be able to override that precedent, I think you're sadly mistaken once again. So, Madam Chair, the other comment I would like to make is the fact that I know that the representatives here have worked very hard to become an MLA. And I know that you went to many, many doors, and I'm sure that health care was spoken about many times over, and that people said to you the importance of health care.
Order, please. I would just like to remind the honourable member that the chair is to be addressed in the third person, instead of you're saying that I am when I'm the impartial member, please. Okay, I recognize the member from Chester St. Margaret's Bay.
But I guess what I want to make the point of is you have to remember that wasn't very long ago that we were at the doors for an election. And I am probably pretty sure that comments were made to those people that you now represent about health, or what the members at the doors. And you'll have to go back to those doors. And when you do, you probably will be questioned on what you said or what members said before. And I think it's very important to note, too, that what was heard at law amendments also was the fact that many of those giving a presentation felt that their democratic right was being taken away from them. And that saddens me. And it should sadden people of Nova Scotia. We have veterans who have worked very hard, who have lost their, we've had people losing their lives now and have lost their lives for the fact to give us freedom of speech, give us human rights, and give us a democracy. And how can anyone argue that that democracy is not being negatively affected by the fact that your rights to negotiate are going to be taken away? And as I said, it doesn't matter how many times that you want to give the same message about the fact that the right to strike is not taken away. As I said tonight, I would like to have a list presented to this House of what individuals, it's not saying it all in the bill, Madam Speaker, but why are not those individuals identified, or those work positions identified in the bill that have the right to strike? That's a big question, because every person that presented in law amendments, and even those that have years of experience, we had political analysts there, we had professors there, we had lawyers there, and every one of them said the right to strike will be taken away under this bill. So, and I know, Madam Speaker, that we have different political philosophies, and that's why we have great debates in this House. But in closing, I would say it's not about politics. This is really not about politics. This is about people, people's lives, their work environment, patient safety, which the government members toed over and over again. Well, if you have an unsafe work environment, does that not affect patient safety? And that's what the nurses are telling us. They're telling us that, you know, if they have to leave the floor and there's only one of them on, that patient safety is being jeopardized. So how can anyone stand in this House and say they're doing and presenting this bill for patient safety? I certainly don't understand it. And I certainly know that many who presented did not understand it. So, you know, I really am asking, as a Nova Scotian, for the members of that government to think twice and think really hard, because this is not a game. We often think that it's theater in here. Well, this is not a game. This is people's lives. These are people that are working very hard, that I don't know if any other person sitting or in this house could do their jobs. I have a great deal of respect for anybody who works in the healthcare system. And I find it also very ironic, Madam Speaker. The fact is we're all aging. We live in an aging, we don't go the other way. We go towards, I guess, the light, which means that we're aging. Well, I certainly want to know that as we all grow older, that we have worked together as Nova Scotians to put a very good health system in place. And those very people that look after us are satisfied and receiving the supports and services they need. And Madam Chair, I don't think there's one person here this evening that has not used our healthcare system. And if you ever had to use it when you were in a crisis, I know that members of this government have experienced the professionalism of those healthcare professionals. It was only about 2 years ago that I lost my brother from a massive heart attack. A horrendous experience, changed our families' lives forever. But you know the ones that stood by us, our family, our friends, but it was also the healthcare professionals. They reached out, they put their arms around us, they consoled us, and it's an experience that nobody should go through. But when you have someone there that cares from the healthcare profession, how can we not support them when they're voicing their concerns to us? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member from Queen Shelburne.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it gives me great pleasure to rise this evening, and certainly I want to review some of, we're a little bit confused as an early morning, and that's actually what my first notes was just talking about the time of day, because as we sat here to discuss Bill 37, Essential Health, and the Community Service Act is something that I want to reflect on, because I know that there's some discussion around the House over the last 72 hours, and as a commercial fisherman, I know that I just look over the last 72 hours and look at a number of the comments that this was probably extreme working conditions for the sitting MLAs, and I reflect on my own personal life, and this is not about my personal life, but I also reflect on other people out there, people like the truck drivers who work long hours, farmers, also the forestry industry, many people in the industrial industries, shipyards, and taxi drivers, our commissionaires, all work these long hours. And when I first struck me was there earlier this morning, about 14 hours ago, I guess now, my daughter and I were both leaving for work, and under this impression that I was going to put in a long day, and when I got back, she was an hour later than I. So realizing this was my only personal connection, that these healthcare workers give a long, demanding career that they have, and their work schedules is something I appreciate. But what I learned to appreciate, Madam Chair, was in law amendments. And I want to focus and review over the last 72 hours. I really believe that we are privileged to stand here, and the educational life experiences that we are valued and learn as we move through life. And I'm not embarrassed to talk about my background as a commercial fisherman. I left school. Many people are saying you may not want to say it that way, but that was a part of our culture. At a very early age, we were out of school and into the workforce. And I'm proud of that. But these are educational opportunities where you learn about the people of Nova Scotia and what's important to them. And this last 72 hours, I believe, is a very good learning experience for each and every MLA in this session. And my notes tonight, in the next few minutes, is going to be targeted towards the newbies, the newcomers, the rookies in this House, because I think there's a valuable lesson to be learned here in the last few hours, especially the last 72 hours. And when we looked at law amendments last night, and excuse me if I get the time frame here because it has been a long 72 hours, but during law amendments there was something like 152 presenters that we participated on a rotation basis, and I made some personal notes here, and I want to reflect on them in the next few minutes, Madam Chair. One of the interesting ones, and I know that there was some legal minds there and some well-educated people that attended them and made some presentations, and I was privileged to make a few notes here, and I'm going to reflect on a few of them. One of them that kind of jumped off the page to me, and I appreciate, don't get me wrong, I really appreciate people that have the opportunity to expand their education, and one of those last night was a lawyer named Ray Larkin, and that name is common to a number of people. And he talked about, you know, how this legislation would affect Nova Scotians. And the question, I actually asked him a question. I asked you, my understanding that you can go to Hansard and, Madam Chair, get that. And I asked him how ours are any different than other jurisdictions, and he went into a great description describing that. And also, I pointed out that there was 3 or 4 other jurisdictions across Canada that actually was challenging that legislation. And he clearly pointed out, and to me it was very common sense approach how that was instructed about the legislations in other provinces. So to me that was a valuable tool to hear that from a legal mind. But what impressed me was the men and women, the professionals that spent 3 years. There was some in there 35 years of experience, and I'm going to talk about them here a little later. I was impressed. I was impressed with their commitment and how the importance that they will feel. And I'm going to run through a few notes. I'm just pick probably 10 or so out of that 150. But to me, this is the important part of, and I mentioned it earlier in some of my other speeches, about the privilege, the freedoms that we have so we can speak openly and bring our issues forward to a House like this, the House of Assembly. And them 150 felt committed, and they felt so important about their concern about health care across Nova Scotia. Some of them actually sat there and was scheduled, I made note of it, that they were scheduled for 4:30, and it was 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. You think about the little inconvenience that we have here of, you know, we may be working a few extra hours. They sat there and was willing and committed that they wanted their voice heard. They wanted their voice heard and for people to pay attention. And they did this under conditions of you look outside. And today when I looked at the weather report, it flashed about the ice storms in our Cape Breton, and we know that them is difficult traveling conditions for them individuals, but they are committed and wanted their voices heard. And that's the reason why they came out. But it's interesting, one of the other lessons that I learned quickly in this job, and I'm not here to lecture, but I do think that within 8 years, this June that I've been here, that I'm no longer a newbie. I think I have some lessons that can reflect, and I think we're here to benefit and pass on some of these lessons to the newcomers, and there's going to be new blood in this building. If you go out and look at some of the pictures, Madam Chair, you'll see that the pictures change on a rotation basis every election. There's usually the pictures never remain the same. So what I'm saying, there's going to be different people in this house usually every 4 years. And it's an interesting lesson that I learned. And one of the individuals in my community say, be careful, be careful, be careful how you treat people on your way up. On your way up, Madam Chair, because you're going to see the same people. You'll see the same people on your way down. And that is an important lesson, and you can take that, and you can take it home, and when you're laying down at night and want to go to sleep, and you're going to think about them words, because you are going to have the opportunity to treat them people on the way up. And they were out there the other day in law amendments, and this is about my message, because you're going to have the opportunity to treat them on the way down. And it was very interesting, because a number of them people, the 150 out of the close to 200 percenters, they had a theme. They had a theme, and it was directed not only at the opposition parties. It was focused. It was like a beam of light. It was like a spotlight on my boat that I had for 38 years, and I had some high-powered equipment. And that beam of light struck right through, zero visibility, onto what you wanted to see. And that beam that they were focused on, Madam Chair, was they wanted the members of the governing party to vote their conscience. That was clear to me. You can read my notes, and I'm going to actually try to show that, where they wanted the members of the governing party to vote their conscience. Now, it's interesting that we said earlier that our party certainly will stand up for collective bargaining, and the people there, Nova Scotians, understand that these rights of close to 40,000 Nova Scotians need to be protected. And this party, we said this very clear in the last week, 72 hours, last days, that this party will not support this legislation that takes away the collective bargaining rights of close to 40,000 Nova Scotians. And it's interesting. This actually came up in the law amendments, and we raised it as a question in this House. During last week, the Liberal government, Madam Chair, held its annual general meeting. And a member, it's interesting to note, and that's why I find this so educational through law amendments, that member of the public that attended or tried to get the Premier's attention at their annual general meeting, Madam Chair, this is what I'm trying to paint here. This is why it's so important that we live in a democracy, that you can do this. Tried to get the Premier's attention at a social function and failed. And were snubbed. But under our democracy, the freedoms that we enjoyed was out in the other room called law amendments. That individual, I had the pleasure to meet, and the chair said, "It's your turn." All the privileges that we have is given that individual that was snubbed many hours earlier by the people we call our veterans in active wars of years gone by and today. Give that individual the freedom to have her voice heard. and they did. They had their voices heard in law amendments, and she was not satisfied. She was disappointed, and I'm going to get to that very shortly. And we talked about those same people. Those same people are the people that you people, Madam Chair, through you, and I know it's late, but through you, Madam Chair, those new members in this sitting government are going to meet them on their way down. Assure me, and I assure you. Now, I have a list of number of presenters. I'm not going to give I'll give some names. I know that in Hanson, Madam Chair, under my understanding, is that that has been recorded. And there was a list of some close to 200 presenters. And there was individuals, and they were numbered 1 through to 190, close to 200. 213, my colleague says, but I have spent 9 years on council, and I have a interesting habit. And I usually take notes, and I'm sure many people do that, but I take notes and I record the votes, and I do that. I find that very interesting because I go back, and it was sitting in my desk today, and when I had an opportunity to speak, I think it's very important because here is the names right here, and here is my notes. And I think you'll find, my colleagues will find this very interesting, because number 21 was Amanda Thornton. She had a copy email, and she was certainly had a great displeasure with what this Bill 37 was going to do to her profession. Suzanne requested the members opposite, number 22, that she wanted the members of the sitting government to vote their conscience. Just quickly highlighted. Kim Slack, number 23, 29 years. 29 years as a working professional. And she was ashamed. This is what I've got here. She was ashamed of what she was hearing and what this new government was doing to her profession. And she said, this is the point that I'm going to zero in on, Madam Chair, and I'm going to speak in the next few minutes, and I'm going to end my comments regarding this topic. She suggested for the members of the government, the Liberal government, to vote their conscience. And she was insulted, and I repeat, Madam Chair, she was insulted by the silence. And it was very clear that the members of the Liberal government on law amendments stood there in silence, and not offered one comment or one question to the members of the public or the presenters. And that was a theme. So we'll get into more of that. But number 24, Ian Thompson. He talked about how the strikes, this actually legislation will lead to more strikes. And the only comment, and I repeat, my highlights, these are the notes that I took, Madam Chair. And the only comments from the sitting Liberal Party was a warning. You have 20 seconds left. End your discussion, 20 seconds. Somebody just traveled hours to get there. And the only comment from that structure or that parliamentary system from the sitting government was that you have 20 seconds to finalize and make your comments as brief as possible into discussions. No questions, you just have 20 seconds. 20 seconds is what I have here.
Well, that makes it better.
Well, Madam Chair, some of the members opposite may find this funny. I don't. I don't find it funny. I felt to make a note when that chairperson of all the individuals, and I'm going to go around through a number of others here too also, and I have them numbered. And when you tell an individual, a presenter, There's no questions coming, and the early presenter says, I'm just shocked about the silence. There's no questions coming from that governing party. And the chair just says to the next presenter, you have 20 seconds to end your presentation. It is not a laughing matter. It is one of the most serious things that we can be talking about here tonight. And for to have laughter, I repeat, laughter coming from the governing party shows their immaturity. This is a serious issue. And to me, that person, if they're listening tonight, is going to know what this party stands for. They're laughing at Nova Scotians, and I don't think that is funny at all. Now, we have got, Madam Chair, we have got their attention. We have arousing the governing party, and now they're paying attention to my comments. So I think I've done fairly good here tonight. Now, Madam Chair, number 25 of them presenters. Number 25, Jerry Webster McIsaac, 25 years of service. And it actually forced him to talk about uniting and making sure that this legislation, if passed, he's going to work in favor to make sure that he is opposed to it and other people will know about it. Madam Chair, there was one interesting individual, Nicole Murphy, number 28. And to me, I talked earlier about being educational. Actually, she made me very concerned and nervous about our health care service because the government, I quote, the government needs to act for the safety of Nova Scotians. And to me, that is certainly, she talked about her work ethics, her work hours, 76 hours she worked per week. That's a considerable amount of time. Number 29, John Hutton, Madam Chair, 24 years of service. He pleaded for the government, this new government of less than 6 months, to reverse their direction on this particular Bill 37. Rose Purdy, number 31, 37 years, Madam Chair, 37 years. Number 33, Margaret Hill. Number 35, Suzanne, I'm trying to think if that's McNeil. Excuse me, I'm trying to read my writing, and it's, the lights could be a little bit brighter here, Madam Chair. If you could do anything about that, I'd appreciate that. But number 35, Suzanne McNeil, Cape Breton Labour Council. And she, again, another theme. This is not me creating this. This is my pure notes. And you cannot argue with that. And as she's talked about the silence, Madam Chair, is telling. The silence is telling. And she went into great lengths and asked why the members were sitting there in silence. To me, that's obvious that this is a theme throughout the presentation. I see that the Minister of Justice is trying to make some comments. You know, if she wants to address, I'd be more than pleased to sit down. She can ask me some questions because, you know, I watched her in the last question period and she kept deferring to the Minister of Health, so maybe she has an answer, Madam Chair. Anyway, we're continuing on here. There was a number of percentage, and we'll get to the punchline here, Madam Chair, and I know that everybody is...
Order, order, please. Order, please. I know it's getting really early. But the honourable member from Queen Shelburne has the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I know that I got everybody's attention, and they're really looking to my summary here, but it's clear. It's clear that this is a very serious issue. I know that some of the people find it a little bit humorous. I don't at all. I think this is very serious. This is a part of our job. Our part of our job is to come here and bring people's concerns to this floor of the legislature. And this is what I was elected for, to bring the public's concerns to this floor. And I can assure you, Madam Chair, that I've been here for 8 years and I've been through 3 elections. And if I could just get some quietness here so I could read some of my comments so you could hear them, I would think it's interesting to note that within 8 years of being in this House and 3 provincial elections, I have attended and knocked on many doors across our constituencies and across Nova Scotians, and residents have allowed me to come on their doorsteps. And I can assure you that I've been asked a number of different questions on things that maybe the residents may not agree with me. But I can assure you in the 3 elections and the times that I have spent during the discussions and leading up to elections or different debates or whatever you want to hear it, or radio talk shows or whatever, I have never, and I'm willing to wager again, that the people sitting in this party, that when you went out on October the 8th and you talked to the members of your constituencies and you talked about putting your name on the ballot, I can assure you.
Order, please. Could the honourable member please address his comments to the chair? Thank you. I recognize the honourable member from Queen Shelburne.
On this, Madam Chair, that the members of this House are elected by the people of Nova Scotia, and they were asked for their vote to be elected. And the member of Yarmouth can listen. He might have an opportunity to learn something. But what they asked to be, Madam Chair, I listen. I want to ask you for a point of order because I'm here. This floor is mine, and the member of Yarmouth is directly heckling me. So I'd ask him to be quiet so I can finish my discussion tonight.
Okay, the honourable member from Queen Shelburne has the floor.
Okay, so we're going to review. We're going to review. So, Madam Chair, what I was saying earlier is when the residents of your constituency, particularly the new government, when they were out on October the 8th leading up to that election, they asked their constituents to put their name on the ballot and check it off. But they did not, and I'm willing to wager that they did not say on any issue that they would remain silent. And that's what I've seen. This is what the notes have said very clearly. And the members of the public in lower amendments has asked the members, particularly the backbenchers, to vote their conscience. And there's nowhere in any democratic process or democracy where people are elected and asked to remain silent. So I think, Madam Chair, that the NDP have got something here and that the Liberal MLAs are confused. They're refused or confused about their comments of not even speaking and providing an answer to some of the questions that the member of public's had. Because usually, when you remain silent, usually is during legal procedures. This approach can be the right to avoid self-incrimination. Now, I don't know, you try to explain that and give me an answer here, but I can assure you that the people in Nova Scotia never asked you to remain silent. And that's what I've seen in 18 hours of law amendments. And if you think that you can put a bill through this House and not even have one word, go to social events, go to your barbecues this summer, and when somebody brings a question up, I'm going to just walk away and remain silent. So good luck. Good luck on that one. And remember, Madam Chair, I'm going to close now, but I'll close on this. I'll keep, well, I know that people are.
Order, please, ladies and gentlemen. The honourable member from Queen Shelburne still has the floor.
This is important, because the lesson here tonight is for this new government to learn that you must be good to the people on the way up, because you're going to meet them same people on the way down. And I can assure you that the members of the public of Nova Scotia did not elect an MLA to be silent. Thank you for the time. Thank you again.
Just a note, just a comment to all members of the House, please. We are getting, I know everybody's really getting a little antsy. The time is very late and this is very difficult, but I now recognize the honourable member from Sydney, Whitney Pier.
Is that a threatening gesture by the... Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will direct my comments through you as the Chair. What I heard in the last number of hours and the last number of days in there is that nurses are the ones that care, and they're the ones that keep our people and our family members alive. They're the ones that work so hard. Quite literally, you know, they're the ones that are put in life and death situations. They're the ones that we should be talking about respect for nurses and the jobs that they do. You know, we heard it, you know, from all the nurses in many presentations, how thinly they felt that they're spread through the healthcare system. I mean, when I thought about that, and I thought about, you know, the education department, I thought about student-teacher ratios within the Department of Education. I wonder, you know, is this somewhat similar to nurse-patient ratios in the Department of Health? You know, the steps have to be taken, whether this bill goes through, and it is going to go through. But what can we do to correct that situation for the health and safety of the patients, and also for the health and safety of the nurses who work in a very highly stressful environment? I mean, they're overworked, you know. Are there patients, I mean, the way that things were said in law amendments, and, you know, are their patients' needs being met? I mean, that's the question we ask ourselves as MLAs. I mean, they're the ones that keep our family members alive. I mean, I imagine many members of this legislature had many visits to Capital Health, whether it's to the CCU or the coronary care unit for somebody who had angioplasty or stent put in or triple bypass, and saw the care that your family members received, and understand that, you know, these women and men are stressed, and I think that's what they came here to tell us, how stressed they really are and how overworked they really are. That, you know, that they, you know, they deserve our respect and our dignity for the hours. And, you know, we're standing here today for many, many hours, and, you know, do you feel tired? Well, absolutely you do, but you can imagine after doing, one nurse said that they do, like, it's almost like the police force, they do 2 12-hour days and 2 12-hour nights. So, I mean, you imagine doing that and then being overworked, and I think one nurse said that they had like a ratio of 1 to 11 patients. So, I mean, how do we give these nurses the resources that they need to provide the care for our loved ones? You know, how do we make sure that the risks of these nurses, and we did hear, and many people spoke about this, about them leaving our province, and I mean, some of them spoke about that. So you wonder about, you know. And the other thing too, and talking about essential services and that, and they were talking about whether the nurses would provide essential services, and I think that the health minister had said earlier today that the veterans would be taken care of. He had assurance from Capital Health, and he also had insurance about cancer patients would be looked after. They're two of the most vulnerable members of our society when you're suffering from cancer, or you put your life on the line so we could have the democracy to stand here in our places tonight and talk about, you know, these nurses can go anywhere in North America. They can go to Alberta, they can go to British Columbia, they can go to the United States. They can make money. But a lot of them, what we talked about, is living in our beautiful province and wanting to stay here with their family. You know, that's the whole things that I think, you know. But I mean, I thought that they were very patient. I thought that they were, you know, they were trying to be advocates for the people that they work with on a daily basis. I mean, that's what we heard too. But we heard emotional stories there last night. We heard about nurses that worked in the burn unit. Imagine working in a burn unit, and I heard that woman talk last night about in the burn unit, removing fingernails and having the patient screech and holler each and every time, but she was trying to take care of that person. You know, and I think she went on to say the person was in that facility for such a long time. But when you're trying to help somebody, and those people, you know, they're very short-staffed. I mean, if they have to move down to another patient, if there's a fire and somebody's burnt and they're airlifted, you imagine in that unit takes care of all of Atlantic Canada. If there's a fire in Sydney, there's somebody there. If there's a fire in Prince Edward Island, if there's a fire in New Brunswick, that's and so you can imagine working in that environment. If you have a patient ratio of 4 to 1, and all of a sudden there's a tragic fire and you get 3 more patients. How do you feel with that when you know, you're burdened and you're overworked and that's stressful, leaving that environment? There was one nurse, I think yesterday, was pretty emotional, said that, you know, to leave the floor and go in the bathroom and start crying, and then get yourself and get your composure back, and to go back out on the floor and provide those necessary services to that patient. That's some of the things that we heard yesterday. You know, I think that they're very fearful. They don't know where this piece of legislation is going. I think that, you know, I congratulate the union for at least providing 100% care for the cancer patients and veterans, and that's the last time, you know, I will talk about that. I'll talk about the actual Bill 37, Essential Health and Community Services Act. So, I mean, the question they had is that I think some of the concerns they had too, will this shift the balance of power in favor of the employee during negotiations? That was a concern that we heard there yesterday. Will the balance of power shift in the favor of the employer? You know, will this negatively impact the bargaining strength of every worker in this province? Those were some of the things, you know. And I thought that some of them were saying that, you know, 83% of the nurses would be deemed essential services. So if you only have 17% of your members out on the picket line, is not much of a strike. I think that's some of the concerns, you know. I mean, we heard about other provinces that introduced legislation like this, and 15 times more strikes in Alberta, and, you know, back to that. And they introduced that law, I think, in, I don't know if it was 1993. It's been, it's been over 20-something years since that's been there, you know. I mean, I'll say one little quote here, and this is something that, you know, it's all too easy. You know, should disturbances erupt, it's easy to crush them in the name of law and order. This is what sometimes happens in a strike. We must never forget that in the long run, a democracy is judged by the way the majority treats its people. Now, I wonder if anybody in here would know who had said that. You know, that's quite a powerful statement. That was said by the Honourable Pierre Elliott Trudeau back in 1970 when he talked about that, about law and order, crushing law and order, and what it means when there's strikes. And, you know, it's 24 years since Alberta introduced their piece of legislation, so, and they've had that many strikes. I mean, does the legislation work in Alberta? I don't think so. Who else knows better? Madam Chair, who else knows better the needs of the patients than the nurses? They're there every day. They know, you know, they're facing alarming shortages is what we heard. And I mean, do I believe what the nurses say? There's an old saying back in Newfoundland, and my father used to say it, listen, me son, there's 3 sides to every story, your side, my side, and the truth. I mean, and so you listen to all sides of the argument all the times. I think that that's what you try to do as an MLA, and you try to do that in this House to say, okay, I've listened to all sides of this argument within the last 72 hours. So to form my own opinion as an MLA and a human being, what you know, is this going to hurt or worsen labor relations in the province of Nova Scotia? You know, 90% of strikes in the province of Nova Scotia are settled. 97%, you know. They fight for their patients' safety. So, you know, I talk about the broad in the bill, in Bill 37, I wrote the broad definition of essential services. I look at that and, you know, is it a fair and collected, a reasonable, fair and collective agreement? I mean, who will know what that is? Most of the agreements are usually done fairly, you know. Does the employer in this case have to bargain in good faith? Does this piece of legislation put the employer in a better position? You know, when you look at the bill and you look at an arbitration board, looking at who's going to appoint that board. Should that board be an independent board? Should that board be independent? Most certainly. Should it be politically appointed? No. That board is going to have a lot of work to do to determine who is essential service legislation. So that board should be independent, you know. I mean, and the argument was going on, I think, in the radio ads before this that, you know, I think Capital Health was saying, well, no, you're going to cost us 800 new nursing jobs, and then the union was coming back and saying, no, it's only 120. But, I mean, what small step can we take as legislators to go in that direction and provide? So looking forward to the budget tomorrow to see if there's any revenue put in that stream to help alleviate those problems within the health authority, to see which one. I think their concern that they came here was about patient safety. I think we all got that message when they were here, you know. I could go on and about, so does this, one of the, most of the themes yesterday in law amendments and other things was this, does this bill diminish Nova Scotia's health care workers' right to fair collective bargaining, you know, setting unionized labor back many, many years? And I've spoke about that here before and talked about that. I could go on. There's 213 names in the that were on the list, but I think it went up to about 150 people that actually presented. We had some nurses that were there for 6 months, some were 35 years. There was so much experience in that room yesterday talking about what they felt. And when you have somebody that's been in the field for 35 years, it'd be like having Paul McEwen here speaking. There's an MLA that was elected 9 times in 32 years. He has the experience in this legislature. He was once the speaker. A good MLA, but I mean, that's experience, you know. It's the frontline workers that are seeing what the actual needs are. I think we heard from the frontline workers what the actual needs are in the healthcare system over the last 72 hours, eh? But I don't think the public is going to blame the nurses for standing up for patients. I really don't think the public should blame nurses for standing up for patients. You know, you're an advocate for them, you know. So collective bargaining permits workers to achieve a form of workplace democracy and ensure that the rule of law takes place in workplace. That's what they do. Is the infrastructure crumbling around them? I think that's what they were saying yesterday, is that, you know, that their jobs are just crumbling around them. They feel that we're turning a blind eye on them, that we're not listening to them. Well, I surely listen to them and listen to them very intensely to find out, you know, what is the concerns in Bill 37? What are their concerns, you know? So, I mean, they've always been strong advocates for their patients, and they will continue to do that. I still feel that even when this bill goes through, that nurses will still be advocates for their patients. We'll still hear about shortages within floors. We'll still hear about shortages that, you know, and there's no, and you know, as we finish up tonight here in Committee of the Whole House on Bills, there's no there's no amendments that could actually change this bill. There's no amendments that could actually do anything to change the definition of this bill. But when I looked at the bill, there was something in there that I wanted to know if I couldn't quite understand, is when they were, and it caught my eye, and it was when they put in, I think it was Mi'kmaq Family and Children's Services. I just didn't know, like, were they consulted? Were the Mi'kmaq community of Nova Scotia consulted about this bill? Because surely when you look at it, it says Mi'kmaq Children and Services of Nova Scotia. But my question would be, you know, were they covered at in the legislation? Were the 13 Aboriginal communities in Nova Scotia consulted on this bill? Did the minister meet with the Aboriginal people? I think I heard from a professor publicly out there. I mean, is this against Mi'kmaq rights? Is this a possible challenge that this piece of the legislation is against Mi'kmaq rights? Were they consulted? We know they like to be consulted on land use. They know like to be consulted on their environment. But were they consulted on this piece of legislation? Is it against Mi'kmaq rights for having them in this bill? That's a question that I have, and I don't know the answer to that. But I mean, and I don't know if they've been consulted. I mean, you know, when you talk about child care centers, what child care centers are we talking about? I mean, how many child care centers is it? Some people were saying it's daycares, child care centers. Is it the Children's Aid Societies of Nova Scotia? Is it those that provide foster care? Are those the workers that we're talking about in this piece of legislation? That's what I'd like to know. Maybe when it comes to third reading tomorrow sometime, we can have them, maybe by that time, have those answers, whether the Mi'kmaq community was consulted, whether this is against Mi'kmaq rights. I mean, we can, you know, is this, the bill, child caring facilities, but I mean, what child caring facilities? You know, we heard that this bill is going to affect 32,000 workers in the province of Nova Scotia. That's a lot of workers, you know. The other thing is that I'd like to know the appointment of a conciliator, like an arbitrator conciliator, is that going to be an independent appointment? Is that going to be a political appointment? It'd be nice if it was an independent, completely independent of government, to be able to work to alleviate what they have to do now to decide which is essential services. So that's important. I wonder if that conciliator is going to be an independent appointment. I mean, the method of arbitration should be regular interest arbitration if the parties can't agree on an arbitrator. That's another important piece of this legislation that we have to look at. But there is the Mi'kmaq and also the paramedics in 911. And the other thing, too, is that when I thought of the Home for Special Care, and I thought about, is that Resicare in Sydney? I mean, is that the association, like, is that the Association of Community Living in Antigonish? I mean, what part of this legislation, are these group homes? Are they small option homes? So when you look at the Home for Special Care, maybe, you know, the minister could actually, tomorrow in third reading, tell the members of the Legislative Assembly exactly who the Homes for Special Care are, where they're located in the province of Nova Scotia. Is it Resicare in Sydney? Is it Community Living in Antigonish? Who does this legislation cover? You know, is it the Bonnie Beach? Somebody was saying. I mean, I just wonder about that part of it too. Is it, you know, is it public works employees? You know, it says. I'm just trying to grasp my head around 32,000 workers to try to figure out that, you know, who it is. You know, like. How is it health services? When we talk about health services in this bill, health services, doctors, is it lab technicians, is it people at blood services? I mean, are they the people that are covered in this legislation? So there's still many unknowns about that part of it. I think those are things that should be explained to members of the Legislative Assembly, who this actually covers. A broader, so we can actually know who this legislation will affect and who we should speak to. And I imagine we'll hear lots more as the time goes by, and it's a difficult time. It's very emotional when you hear all the stories from the nurses over there, you know, about, you know, what they go through each and every day, eh? You know, does... It was emotional, and like I said, the burn unit and the cardiac care unit, the listening to all those people come in and talk about the nurses. Boy, I mean, if you think about it, and I do think that that's the best thing that I said, is that these are the people that keep our family members alive. These are the people that, you know, when we go to visit our family members in the hospital when they're not well, they're the ones that are giving them the intravenous. They're the ones that are checking their blood pressure and taking their blood and looking after them on a daily basis. So when they come to us as legislators and they come to the general public and say, you know, we have a problem. Well, this essential service legislation, is that ever going to fix that problem? Are we ever going to be able to add, the health minister maybe will expand on this and say, look, we're going to add 60 new nurses. Maybe we can add 120. Maybe we could add 40 this year. Maybe 20 next year. We could add them and look at that. And I know that they do have a new reporting system. We heard about that last night in law amendments, that they have a new system electronically for when they report off and when they have to work. And is that new system working? I mean, those were some of the things that I think that we heard during law amendments, I mean, it's very broad the way this, this piece of legislation, but I mean, those are some of the things that I myself as a legislator would like to know. If the Mi'kmaq community was consulted, because it says that in this bill. What group homes in the province of Nova Scotia, I'd like for the minister, if I could get a list of group homes or residential care homes that she would table in the legislature tomorrow, for us to know, basically what this covers. 911 operators, is that the 911 call center in Sydney? Is that the one that's located in Grand Lake Road? Is that the provincial 911? I'm just trying to figure out, when you look at that, it's so broad-based. So maybe tomorrow, before the bill winds down, the minister could give us a list of all the special options homes, the children's services employees that it affects. Is that the Children's Aid Society in Cape Breton? I wouldn't mind having a list to see if 32,000 workers, where do they all work at? So maybe tomorrow the minister can say, yes, I've consulted with the Mi'kmaq community. This doesn't violate Mi'kmaq rights. Maybe I consulted with the Special Options Home, the Braymore Home, Resicare in Sydney. I mean, does it affect the new centre, the Abilities, Cape Breton Abilities, the new centre, the Braymore Home in Sydney River? Does it affect them? So, we heard all this discussion from nurses and their concerns, but my concern is, like, who does it actually affect? 32,000 workers, but where do they actually work at? I'm hoping that the minister could say that, in the very near future, where the actually people work at, where they're employed at, and what piece of this legislation will affect them, so we'll be able to know what to look forward in the future. Association for Community Residential Options, is that going to be affected with essential services? Apparently now this bill is. I don't know that, but apparently it is. It isn't. I'm not quite sure. But I mean, those are things that I think that I would like to know when I leave this legislature tonight or tomorrow. Then maybe those are things that the minister can look at for Bill 37. I think that we've had, there's so many pieces of documentation that we received at law amendments. But again, I'll wind up my my short time on the floor tonight, Madam Chair. And what I'll say to everybody that's here this evening is that we heard from nurses from 6 months into the field to 35 years into the field. But one thing I want everybody to remember, quite literally, the difference between life and death is the nurses in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Shall Clause 1 carry? Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House. Oh, I'm sorry. Paperwork. Here. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that you do now rise and report this bill.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Okay. Go. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill number 37, without amendments, and the Chairman has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favorable consideration of the House.
Ordered that this bill be read for a third time on a future day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in light of the fact that there is a labour disruption that is going to be taking place in less than 3 hours, I would ask that you request unanimous consent of the House to have Bill 37 now considered for third reading.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to have Bill number 37 read for third reading. Is it agreed? Agreed. I hear several noes. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in light of the decision by the NDP caucus not to allow this bill to be read a third time, Madam Speaker, I would move that the House do now recess and meet again at 2:15 p.m., where the budget speech will be delivered and the replies from both the official opposition and the NDP caucus will be delivered following the speech, and we will look to call government business following that.
Is it agreed? Is motion agreed? The motion is to recess the House. I don't have my papers here. Kevin took them with him. Anyway, I guess the motion is to recess the House until 2:15 tomorrow. Is 2:15 today? Sorry. Yeah. Till 2:15 today. Is it agreed? Agreed. The House stands adjourned. No. Recessed. Recessed. I need notes.